Rocky.
Well, here we are, Jim. We're back at the Craigengower Cricket Club after a week. We enjoyed the women's singles final last week, and here we are for the women's and the men's Hong Kong International Classic Pairs final.
It's nice to be back, David. I've had a busy week umpiring the pairs matches, both here at the football club and at IRC. They've kept me very busy this week, and the standard has been superb. Are you surprised that it's two Asian teams in the final?
No, not at all. Not at all. That's the way things are going, I think, these days. I mean, last year it was Hong Kong itself that produced 3 out of 4 champions, and that was fantastic. And here we've got Malaysia, who have been at the top now ever since they started bowls. They take it very, very seriously against the Philippines, and the Philippines, very, very small bowling country, but they've got bags of talent.
The format we're playing today, they were slightly different from the earlier rounds. I believe we've got a tie break here in the final.
Well, that's right. I mean, the pairs here at Craigengower has been quite a revelation, because you play 11 games in a grueling round-robin format. You can imagine how long that takes. It's 2 games or 3 games a day for the whole of the week, and then you go into the knockout format. In the group games, there's no need to have a tie break, because you're not necessarily looking for a winner as such. But here at the knockout stage, you need something to decide who's won the match, and in the case of one set all, which quite often happens, we go into a tie break, and the tie break is best of 3 ends. Now, the World Bowls Tour, the professional arm of the game indoors, they play the ends only count. So you win a tie break 2-0 or maybe 2-1. Whereas here, in the World Bowls outdoor format, every shot counts on the tie break. So you can score 4 on the first end, but you've still not won the tie break, because the other player can score a 3 and a 2 and beat you 5-4. Simple as that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you and I are familiar with the Philippine girls. Both of them having been here in the past. But I haven't seen the Malaysian girls before. Have you seen them on the circuit?
Well, yes. The lead is new. She's only 22. But the skip, Zuraini, who won the singles last week, Zuraini Khalid, she did win the Commonwealth Games silver medal in the pairs way back in 2010.
She was 6 years ago.
Yeah, she's 29. She didn't look 29, I have to say, but she's been playing for 11 years now, and mechanically, she in terms of technique, she's absolutely first class, as are all the Malaysians. I don't know if you've noticed, Jim, but all the Malaysians seem to bowl with the same style of delivery.
I think that's down to the coaching. I remember you saying in the past, David, very much an Australian or Southern Hemisphere coaching that they've had.
Well, that's right. There are 2 types of coaching. This is Southern Hemisphere and Northern Hemisphere, basically. In the Northern Hemisphere, it's accepted that people are different shapes, different sizes, and you play with whatever style you like. You roll a ball in the way that's most comfortable to you. In the Southern Hemisphere, and particularly in Australia, there is a prescribed way of delivering. This is the stance, this is the way you stand, this is the way you hold the bowl, this is the grip, this is the way you put your left foot forward, this is the way you do the backswing. It's all done according to the book. They made a film of it, once called In the Groove. And if you're an Australian bowler, that's what you've got to be, in the groove. If you're a UK bowler, anything goes.
I think you mentioned in the past that the Malaysians had never seen a bowling green before until they had to host the Commonwealth Games.
Well, that's right. They hosted the Commonwealth Games, it was in 1998. And as soon as they heard that they were going to host the Commonwealth Games and they had to provide bowls facilities, they built bowls facilities in all 14 of their provinces, and they were centres of excellence. They gave novices, and of course there was nothing but novices in Malaysia at the time, a chance to show their skills, chose the best ones and gave them training, took them off their day jobs. And so most of the top Malaysian bowlers even now are semi-professional, and they spend all day, every day, playing bowls and learning about bowls and being lectured about bowls. And no wonder they've reached such a high standard.
In speaking to them in the past over the years, they seem to be professional people working for government or bank people who work in the banks. So that obviously they're picked and they become semi-full-time professional bowlers.
That's right. They identify a good bowler, then they approach the employer and they say, right, we want this person to become a full-time bowler. You pay half their wages. We, the government, will pay the other half of the wages. And that's the arrangement. But as you say, a lot of them are government officials anyway, especially in the police. A lot of them are in the police. These players here, the lead, her name is Linda. I think we're best off calling her Linda. It's Noura's Linda Zakaria.
Very difficult for us.
But we'll call her Linda, and she's a student, 22 years of age, and her skip. You're looking at the skip now, putting the jack on the centre of the rink. That's Zuraini Khalid. She's 29, and she is a government official. She works for the government.
Well, here's the first ball starting, David. Obviously, this girl prefers the forehand at the backhand at the moment.
Well, they've played their trial ends and they've sorted out which is the better hand to play. I think they'll probably go for the straighter hand. That is normal. You go for the more straightforward way to the jack. Quite often one hand swings and the other one doesn't. Bowl's all about bias. Of course, the bias is in the bowl. They don't twist it or spin it in any way. You've got to decide whether you're going to go forehand or backhand and make sure that the weighted side of the bowl is on the right side. Otherwise, you're in trouble. So the lead for the Philippines, the very talented Sonia Bruce. Not only is she a good bowler, Jem, she's a good singer as well.
Absolutely, yes. Having heard her last year over at Cowden Bowling Green Club. And there's the first toucher of the day.
Philippines skip there, applying a bit of chalk to Sonia Bruce's bowl. The skip is Rosita Bradbourne.
The mother of 6 children. How many bowlers around the world do you think have got 6 kids?
Yes.
I'm surprised she's got time to bowl. And of course this format is 3-wood pairs. It's normally 4 bowls that bowl, but obviously for time purposes and television purposes that we're down to 3 bowls.
Yes, the World Bowls Authority are always looking for changes to make to streamline the game, and that's one of the things that's come in recently. I think it was at the behest of the Commonwealth Games Federation. They wanted games to last a little shorter, and so the 3 bowl pairs came into being.
At the start of the pairs competition, of course, there was a time limit on the game. I think it was 2.5 hours to play 2 sets of 9 ends each. I believe the restrictions have been lifted for the finals.
Well, I guess they have. I'm not sure whether anyone went beyond the time limit. I mean, 2.5 hours is plenty of time to play 18 ends.
We were very lucky with 2 or 3 of the games that I umpired, particularly with the local teams. They made it, and one of them was involved in a tie break, which we had to blow the whistle when they were on the last end. So, but most of the countries did manage to complete the game in the 2.5 hours time allotted. From where you're sitting, David, who do you think's lying here?
Well, it's the Philippines lying at least one shot, I think. Although that's not what Sonia has just signalled to her partner Rosita. It looked as if she was signalling one down. It's going to be very difficult for you viewers and for us, to be honest, to distinguish the bowls, because they are so similar in colour. And the discs don't help a great deal. We know the Philippines have got red discs, but the Malaysians, their bowls have got quite a lot of red about them as well.
The trouble is, from where we are sitting, David, it's very difficult.
This is Zuraini Khalid, who won the singles in fine style last week. Good line, just gave up. 2 feet short.
Philippine girls are having a close look at this. With one ball left.
So it's Rosita Bradbourne, a member of the Angeles Sports and Country Club in the Philippines. She's skipping for the Philippines on this occasion in the final of the Hong Kong International Classic Women's Pairs. An attacking bowl on the forehand. She seems to like it. She's coming down after it. She's very good. Oh, she missed everything. Now, how could she possibly go through a packed head like that without touching anything at all?
The umpire signalling 1 to Malaysia. I haven't been down to Angeles City in the Philippines, David, during my time in Southeast Asia. Have you been there?
No, I haven't. No, and I've been to the Philippines, but not to Angeles, which is where the main bowling centre is. It's amazing, isn't it, how good the Filipinos are, Filipinos and Filipinas.
Yes.
Because there aren't many bowlers there, there aren't many bowling greens there, but those who are at the top of their game are really outstanding.
There's a bowling facility in Manila, the Manila Nomads Club, where I've played bowls. And but as I said before, I haven't been to Angeles City. I think that was a former U.S. military base or naval base.
Was it?
I think so. Probably wrong.
Yeah. Linda for Malaysia delivers the first bowl and finishes just about a foot short of the jack. Good delivery, good line. This is Sonia for the Philippines. Applause for that, just coming in for shot.
Not much of a crowd here this morning, David. I'm assuming the crowd will build up. They were quite enthusiastic yesterday with the men's pairs when the local boys from Craigengower Cricket Club, they were playing. I didn't see the game, but I think Scotland won comfortably in the end.
Well, I wouldn't say that. It was CCC. That was Kevin Fung and
Stanley.
Stanley Lai, who won the first set very comfortably. But the Scots, fair play to them, they worked at their game and came back into it. They turned the game round and won it on a tie break.
We'll talk about them later this afternoon. Quite interesting duo.
In the traditional game of pairs, of course, with 4 bowls per player, it's possible to score 8 shots in an end. It very rarely happens, and when it does, you claim a hot shots from one of the leading bowls magazine. But here, of course, if you have a full house, you only score 6 shots.
Could you still get a hot shot for that?
Well, I'm sure you can. Yes. And in the triples game, where you play 3 bowls per player, of course, in order to get a hot shot, you've got to score 9. You can imagine that's a very rare thing indeed. Oh, good bowl there. Coming into the head at some speed. We're not quite sure who's got the shot. It's
One to Philippines, the umpires are signalling. If it is one to the Philippines, it was quite unlucky.
Oh, that's a good bowl. Trailing the jack, staying with it.
She's holding her head. She might have given the shot away.
Well,
it's one to Malaysia.
Is that right?
Yes.
She seemed to stay with the jack as she trailed it. Oh,
as soon as she delivered it, she held her head.
Some very good bowling already. These players are finding a very, very good line. That last bowl from Zuraini needed just a shade more weight, and it would have been in there for another shot. Sonia Bruce now saying to Rosita, come up a backhand here and see if you can take out the shot bowl and make 2 shots. Touch on the jack would have the same effect.
Well, she's not going to be short.
She's very close.
Very
She's
close.
got it.
Oh,
what a brilliant
shot.
bowl. See what I mean about the Philippines? They've got such flair. They play that sort of shot with gay abandon, you'd say.
Two shots. David turned the one down into 2 up.
Yes. And set up a very good position as well. It's going to be very difficult for Zuraini to do anything about this. She can play a similar bowl, of course, and make contact, but there's no guarantee that she's going to get the shot out of it. The way that they're lying there in the head.
Well, she's drawing. 4-hand draw.
Didn't come back.
Didn't come back at all.
Too much.
Just a
much
yard
weight
heavy.
And too much green as well, because it didn't come back to the centre line even at the end of its run. So Sonia saying to Rosita, you can change your hand now. Come and draw in there for another one.
Attempted draw on the forehand here. She's turned her back on it and obviously didn't want to disturb anything.
Well, she'll be very happy though.
Oh, I think that was a brilliant shot too.
Yes. Her second bowl was perfection itself. She was one down, pushed the shot through to hold 2 shots, and she's kept them.
What do you make of the pink shoes that the Malaysians are wearing, David?
Well, it's amazing what's happened to the sport of bowls over the last 20 years. You know, thinking back to when the Commonwealth Games was staged in Malaysia, that was when colour started to come into the game. That's when the World Bowls Board had a meeting and decided that coloured bowls were acceptable. And since then, we've had a colour explosion with bowls, shirts, trousers, and now even shoes. I mean, shoes was the last thing to go. Everyone used to wear brown shoes with
or grey up in Scotland.
Yeah, yes.
I certainly never. This is the first time I've ever seen pink shoes.
Well, they're trendy trainers, really, aren't they? And as long as the soles are flat, so that they will do no damage to the playing surface, that's perfectly acceptable these days. I'll tell you though, Jim, when things really changed was in 1996 when they held the World Bowls Championships, Women's World Bowls Championships in Royal Leamington Spa in England. And people came from all over the world, and the uniform rules were very strict in England and in fact in the UK in those days. And suddenly people's eyes were opened because the Japanese and the Indians and even the Hong Kong people were wearing shorts and saris and all kinds of things, and it was brilliant. And people said, "Isn't this marvelous?" So the rules were relaxed, so that now you can wear anything which is acceptable within your country.
I was in Hong Kong in the '96, David, and certainly we got away from the white shirts, and we had coloured shirts in the club. I played for the Hong Kong Cricket Club then, and we had coloured shirts then.
And here at the historic Craig and Gower Cricket Club, there are pictures of former winners of national titles, and you see the ladies there in their white shorts. Even in the 1950s and 60s, and that would have been frowned on in England.
In England.
Whoa. Shorts on the bowling green? Wow.
I was back in England last year, and we visited a couple of bowls clubs, and the men were wearing long trousers, whites of course, but long trousers, which surprised me in the height of summer. Well,
shorts are permissible in the UK now, but they've only just become permissible, and they're beginning to show. We get so little hot days that it's almost irrelevant.
The way the Malaysians are dressed, you wouldn't think it's a hot day here. It's probably mid-20s Celsius.
Well, both teams, of course, wearing what I would call tracksuits.
That's been the uniform for the Philippines over the years, I think. Even the boys were wearing, when I umpired them yesterday, the boys had the long tracksuit bottoms on.
And not only do they look very smart, Jim, they look as if you've turned up to indulge in a sporting activity.
Umpire signalling two for the Philippines. Oh, a nice wick there.
Yes, that did her a bit of good. Took a little bit of weight off. That would have been halfway to the ditch if it hadn't had the contact. Stayed in the count. It's now 3 to the Philippines.
Sani, the umpire, is signalling 3.
So Zuraini in some trouble here. She's got another bowl left after this. So it's not white knuckle time yet, but she'd like to get in to save here.
Oh, she's knocked one in.
Who's she knocked in? Is it hers or the opposition's?
It's difficult to see.
And she's come into a reasonably close position herself. I think it's still 2 to the Philippines.
Skip's coming down to have a look.
This is Rosita Bradbourne.
Mother of 6 children, as David said before. In their player profile, she's put her hobbies as raising 6 children and house building.
Yes. She's 43 years of age, Rosita. Forms a very compatible pairing with Sonia. Good effort, just slightly overweight, Jim.
It's probably not wasted there. The jack goes through.
So back to Zuraini. She's playing the forehand.
Well, that didn't help.
Well, she tried to come through that forest of bowls and there was no way there, so no change. 2 shots to the Philippines. And so that increases their lead to 4-1 after 3 ends. So having won the previous end, the Philippines have the right to deliver the jack to their own preferred length. That's the traditional way that bowls is played. You win an end and you dictate the tactics as far as the length of the jack is concerned. Sonia Bruce. She's put up a long jack and fails to reach.
Fails to reach it.
Well, if you put it up there yourself, then you've got to give it the oomph.
The Malaysian girl didn't find the green on that hand. It seemed to be struggling a bit on the longer jack, David.
Yeah, struggling for line and length. Sonia was 5 feet short with her first. A better weight with her second, but missed the line and was punished for it.
Seems to be hanging out as they're playing the backhand.
Absolutely no bias at all. It was,
None
looks as if
whatsoever.
it was going against the bias, if
Yeah.
anything. That was a backhand delivery from Linda. Bowls is all about adjustment, though, and if she's made a mistake with the first 2, we'd be expecting her to improve with the third. This is Sonia. She's better this time.
Much better this time. Still short though.
Linda persevering with the backhand.
Tighter line this time. Well, probably got second shot.
Well, a very loose end of bowls, this.
Just shows you when they bowl a longer jack.
Yes, the change of tactics has thrown both teams off for the moment. Let's see what the skips have to say about this. Rosita playing the backhand.
Playing the backhand. She's not short.
Well, she's
Well,
been playing a
that's
little
true.
bit overweight so far in this match, so she'll have to correct that. It wasn't a bad line. Well.
This looks a bit tricky at this length, David, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'm sure there will be experienced bowlers back at home watching this on television and saying, well, I can do better than that.
I've thought that myself.
But believe me, these are some of the top players in the world, and if they're struggling, there's got to be a reason for it. This is surely better.
Much better. Still short.
Short, way short. The line was right. Well, that's one of the things, though, Jem, isn't it? If you are struggling for line and length, you'll get one of them right, and the other one goes astray.
The other one goes astray.
Yeah.
Still running through.
Yeah, not far through that one. So there's no head of bowls there at all, is there? I mean, it's just a question of who can get as close as they can with their final deliveries.
Well, it's the fourth end, and they're struggling a bit at this length.
There's 10 bowls delivered in this end, and not one of them has threatened the jack. Rosita Bradbourne, can you improve?
Well, it could be close.
That could be in the count.
Yeah.
It's not very close to the jack.
Yeah, the umpire's signalling 2.
It's probably close enough. Well, another double on this end would really boost the Philippines. And Zuraini, she's blocked. She wasn't reaching anyway. She'd missed her line. What an absolutely awful end of bowls. But the Filipinos won't be
They're not
complaining because they'll score 2 shots. That's the third double in succession that they've managed to put on the scorecard, and they now lead 6-1 after 4 ends of this first set. Very strange, the fourth end with some of the world's top players looking like novices.
I think the Philippines would be down as favourites, David. I seem to remember a couple of years ago, if I'm correct, that Sonia Bruce was in the winning.
Well, that is
pairs.
right. Yeah, that is right. I mean, whenever the Philippines come here, and she was with Amy Knight at the time, and they won it. They beat Australia in the final, and deservedly so. They marked themselves out as a really top pair. And we know Rosita, who has taken the place of Amy, she's a class player as well. So yeah, they would probably be favourites, but the Malaysians, we know, are always hard to beat. They are hard grafters. They know how to play the bowls. They've been coached intensively, and I wouldn't really say they were the underdogs, because Malaysia are definitely now one of the world's top bowling countries.
If my memory serves me right, David, correctly, I think Sonia won the silver in the singles that same year as she won the pairs and won gold in the pairs.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right. And yes, to that extent, the Philippine pair are probably the more established. They've made a name for themselves here in the Hong Kong Classic in the past. But the Malaysians, they've charged through to the final, and they've been well worth their place. And Zuraini, of course, winner of the singles last week.
I didn't umpire any of the Malaysian games during the week. Did they beat some of the more fancy teams?
Well, yes. I mean, they didn't win their section, but they came very close to it. Oh, and sorry, yes, I think they did win their section.
Philippines won their section, I think. Well, that's the short ball.
Yes, that's better.
Fell the right way.
Still, though, the standard is falling well short of what we might have predicted. See there again, Linda.
2 short balls.
Good line, but 4 or 5 feet short. You've got to be up and shot is against. That's the old saying. If you can hear some squawking in the distance, that's a sulphur-crested cockatoo which is flying over the Craigengower Cricket Club.
I learn something every day.
A species which is not indigenous to Hong Kong. It's not a local bird at all. It was introduced by an Australian government official many years ago. He brought them over as pets. They escaped, and now they're making their home quite happily here in Hong Kong. Australian birds, the sulphur-crested cockatoo.
Umpires just signal another 2 for the Philippines.
Yes, Rosita quite neatly pushed a Philippines bowl in to the count.
Now that the sun's come out, David, here's the local boys going to put up a sunscreen for us.
Well, we're very vulnerable with our fair skin.
Exactly.
Oh, that's another lovely bowl from Rosita. She's beginning to take control of this game now. Great try from Zuraini there. The shot, though, still with the Philippines. Now I think that Rosita may have a slightly adventurous shot in mind here. Sonia seemed to be urging her to play up to it and possibly move the jack. What has she got?
Well, it's a fair effort.
Very good effort. Applause from her partner, Sonia Bruce, at the head end. And instructions from Noura's Linda to Zuraini.
Oh, she's coming down. Oh, missed everything. Things are not looking good for Malaysia.
That was
at
a
the
very
moment,
attacking bowl. How many is that? That's
Four, is it?
Three or four?
Three.
Well, the Philippines were already 6-1 up after 4 ends.
And another three on the board.
Yes, indeed. That makes it
9-1
after 5. I hesitate to say that the first set is over because anything can happen and there are 4 ends left. But it's looking very much like the Philippines taking control in this first set. It's a good lead to have there, Jim. 9-1.
And another long jack.
Well, the last time we had a long jack in this direction, they sprayed the bowls all over the place. But I mean, Sonia and Rosita won't mind that. They won't mind another loose end as long as they get on the card again. It worked well for them last time.
Looks a yard short. But the green was good. Malaysian girls following on the forehand. She played the backhand last time and did nothing.
So learnt a lesson, perhaps.
Much better.
Yes, that's a decent delivery. It's a bit through. That's the best bowl she's delivered for some time.
I suppose nerves have a little bit to do with it as well, David. Maybe settle down. Still a bit short.
Pushed her own up slightly.
Well, could be 2 to Malaysia.
Well, did that have enough running to make the shot? I don't think it did.
I don't think so.
We're hearing the players talking over the last few days. The Craigengower Cricket Club running in this direction does offer some very tricky rinks. That's a good bowl there from Linda for Malaysia. Malaysia holding at least one shot at the moment.
Yeah, I can't see what the umpire's signalling.
Tricky rinks in that, if you give it a little bit too much green, it won't come back. But if you don't give it enough green, it swings away. So it's very difficult to find the exact line. And that applies on all 4 hands, I'm told. Some of the players in the quarterfinals and semi-finals of the men's pairs were saying that yesterday.
Rosita sticking to the backhand.
Well, the backhand is much steadier as a hand, I think.
Just a little bit short. Forehand from the Malaysian girl.
Well, the Malaysians are holding shot, but the Philippine girls, they would really like to have the shot, but they don't have anything to worry about. They're 9-1 up. If they drop a shot here, well, that's all grist to the mill. No, won't give a shot for that. That was an example, though, of how the bowl was just slightly overgreened and just went down on a straight line. It didn't bend.
The four of them are struggling going this way.
They are.
Towards the football club. Sonia's signalling for Rosita to play the backhand still.
Well, the advantage of playing the backhand, Jim, is that there are a couple of Philippines bowls short of the jack, ready to be pushed up. The danger, though, is giving it too much weight, and then it won't bend at all. It'll just go past. Let's see what Rosita Bradbourne can conjure up here.
Well, she's not short this time.
Indeed she isn't. It's holding well.
Oh, it's through the head.
She would have settled for picking the jack up and taking it right through, but it just held and held and held through the gap. So Malaysia about to make their first entry on the scorecard. Can they make it more than one?
I don't think so. That's surprising.
Yes, that's a chance gone. You think it may be two to Malaysia? Or is it only one?
It's so difficult to see from where we're sitting. Yeah, it's only one, David. 9-2 after 6 ends.
Well, little fish are sweet, they say, but in fact, that single to Malaysia isn't quite what they wanted. They're looking for multiples if they're going to make any headway in this first set. Only 2 ends left, and they're 7 shots adrift now at 9-2.
Talking about little fish, it's the English name for one of the Chinese players.
So it is.
Did you see much of China? Have they been performing?
They played very well indeed. You know,
did they not top their section?
No, they didn't top it, but they did qualify for the knockout stage, and they put up a very good show in the quarterfinal. You know, it would have been very nice to see them make more headway.
So China's really come on then in the international stage.
Yes, the skip, as you say, Yu Xiaoyan, she's known as Little Fish, and she is now a really top quality player. I've seen her play all over the world, and she's more than capable.
2 good first bowls from the leads, the toucher for Malaysia, and then Sonia was able to disturb the head with her first bowl.
They seem to be able to find a more reliable line to the jack in this direction. Look at this.
Yes. Nearly another toucher. Umpire signalling 2 for Malaysia. Oh, what a lovely ball. Second shot.
It might even be in a measure of a shot, Jim.
Well, David, as I say, it's difficult from where we are sitting.
And another great bowl from Linda.
Another toucher.
she's
Could have given it away.
She's unlucky, you know. Rosita Bradbourne signalling to Sonia Bruce that the Philippines hold one shot at the moment. But she's looking for another bowl very similar to her last. Down the forehand. Now this is quite a reliable hand. It doesn't bend a great deal.
They're certainly playing it much better.
Yes. Good bowl there. Good position. One at the back. And well, not exactly high fives, but low fives there
Low
from the Philippine girls. Now, can Zuraini Khalid recapture some of the form she showed last week when she won the Hong Kong International Classic Women's Singles title? Oh, great try. She's toppled one of Malaysia's bowls nearer the jack, but I don't think it's changed the position. I think Philippines still hold one.
Just going to run it. Oh, no, it's not. I think definitely one now.
Yes, if there was any doubt, there's no doubt now. Is one, could it be two? Two shots. Yes.
She signalled two?
Linda signalled two shots to her skip, Zuraini. Which means it's a little bit more urgent. Get in there, reach this time, and it's good, it's very good, but it's still two shots to the Philippines.
Sonia's having a closer look.
Well, it's very difficult now for Philippines. There's an enemy bowl waiting to be pushed up on both hands. So I'd be half inclined to leave it alone and put one around the back, and that's what she's asking for. So Sonia Bruce there, urging Rosita to put one a yard, 2 feet a yard behind, in a receiving position. A little bit of insurance. She's well played. Oh yes, that's very good.
It covers these two balls. This is a big ball here for the Malaysian skip.
Well, if she misses with it, she's the set has totally gone, hasn't it? They're 7 down now. If she misses with this, they're 9 down, and you can't score 9 in one end. This is a very good bowl, though.
Oh, I don't think she's improved matters.
No, I don't think she has. Has she cut it to 1, I wonder? Philippines still have the shot.
No signal from Sani. She's looking. I think she's holding 2. 2 lollipops, I think.
The last bowl of the end, then, from the Philippines, delivered by Rosita Bradbourne. They've actually won the set already. So if they're holding 1, that's enough to win them the set. If they're holding 2, that's more than enough. And yes, that wasn't not a great deal of conviction about that. Quite happy to finish a foot or so short.
Umpire signal 1, so it's another shot to the Philippines. 10-2 after 7.
And that is the first set over after 9 ends. 10-2. 10-2 means that the Philippines can't be caught. Oh, I do beg your pardon. We've not played 8 ends, we played 7 ends. There's another 2 ends to go. So it is possible for Malaysia to score 2 fours, shall we say, to tie the set at 10-all. So the set will continue.
I noticed that Sonia she hasn't bowled the full length jack like she did in the past 2 ends going up this way.
Well, they dropped a shot on that full length on the last end in this direction. So they're not too happy about that. Although they're in a very happy position, Sonia and Rosita, with the first set virtually in the bag.
Not a bad start by Malaysia. They need a big count here to go into the last end.
Decent reply from Sonia.
And a bit of insurance at the back for her as well.
Get your insurance in first.
Oh, that's a good shot. Lies 1, Philippine lie 1.
It's noticeable on this hand, the forehand in this direction, that if you don't give it enough green, it tails away. But if you give it more than enough green, it just doesn't bend. That is the trouble, and that is why these players are struggling.
I play lead in a triple back home in Spain, David, and my skip always says make the first ball count.
Well, I played for 25 years and more with the legendary David Bryant, and I learned a lot from him.
You would?
One of the things I learned was a little bit of advice he gave to singles players. He once asked me which are the two most important bowls in singles, and I said, the first and the last, which I think a lot of people would say.
Mm-hmm.
He said, no, not at all. He said, it's the first and the second. He said, you put your first and the second bowls exactly where you want them. You can put the other 2 bowls in the bag and go home. You've won the game.
And he should know.
Yes.
Is he still alive, David? Do you know?
Yes. I was with David Bryant about 4 weeks ago in Clevedon, his hometown. And he's full of beans, full of bowls. He's talking about bowls all the time. He's
Still playing?
He plays bowls 2 or 3 times a week indoors at the Clevedon Indoor Club. And 2 or 3 weeks ago, he celebrated his 85th birthday.
My goodness. What's the Philippine skip done there with chipping the jack?
She's trailed the jack a bit. I think she's still got the shot.
Well, Sonia Bruce put 1 at the back with her first ball.
Yes.
Well, bowling like that, it's looks like first set to the Philippines, David.
2 bowls to come, and I don't see that Malaysia have any chance of making a count here. I don't think that Rosita was trying to trail the jack or hit the jack with her previous delivery, but when she did so, she made life even more difficult to Malaysia, because all the Malaysian bowls are now stranded short of the jack. Not in a good position at all.
And from where we're sitting, it looks like 2. Sticking with the backhand. Always a danger on that hand going into the pack.
Well, she received some applause for that for some reason. I'm not quite sure what she's done. She pushed a bowl up, but surely not into shot position.
Well, 4-hand draw.
This is the difficult hand. You've got to give it the green.
And she's short, not there.
And she did give it the green, but didn't give it the weight.
That's very surprising, David, after watching her last week.
So the shot goes to the Philippines.
And the first set over.
And the first set finished at 11-2. A comprehensive victory for the Philippines. They've got the first set in the bag, but of course they're only 1-0 up, and Malaysia have got the opportunity to turn things round in the second set and force a tie-break.
And I saw so much of this during the week with a storming victory in the first set, only to lose the second set, and then 2 or 3 occasions lose the tie-break as well. As one of the guys said to me, he said, "Thank goodness it's not first to 21."
Indeed, that's the beauty, if you like, of the set system, but it's also the disadvantage to the player who's won the first set by a street. It doesn't matter how much you win it by; you're only 1-0 up.
I don't think your old friend David Bryant would play too many sets in his playing career.
No, but he did enjoy sets, and he approved of sets play. He did approve of sets play, and did play it on quite a few occasions, because he admitted himself that he was rather lazy. And he said sets play makes you concentrate. It keeps you awake, you know. You can't afford a period of loose play. You've got to keep going. Good bowls there from Sonia Bruce. I think I mentioned last week in the singles, Jim, that there is such a thing as second set syndrome.
You did.
And
I think did that not? No, I'm thinking some of the matches during the week.
Yeah, well, it certainly does apply. It applied in the women's singles final last week, when Zuraini won the first set against Dorothy Yu by a very large margin. Was it 14-1, something like that?
Comfortably, yes.
And yet Dorothy came back strongly to win the second, so it was all on the tie-break. And in terms of sports psychology, I think it's quite easy to work out. I mean, once you've won the first set, as the Philippines have now, it will only be natural for them to be a little bit complacent, and for them to say, "Oh right, we've got one set in the bag, we've got a tie break at least," and they relax a bit. Whereas the opposite applies to the losers of the first set. They dig their heels in and say, "Oh, we've lost a set, we've got to win this second one or we're out."
Well, the way Sonia's playing, she's certainly turning the screw here.
Yes, the winners of the first set have simply got to buckle down and make sure they don't go off the boil.
Or become complacent. Umpire signalling 2 for the Philippines. 2 good lead bowls.
And it's interesting that the Philippines have decided, I think, to play the forehand in this direction. It's a hand which doesn't bend that much. You could see that one. It looked a good green to start with, but it just didn't bend.
Excellent. Yeah, just like 2 yards heavy.
You can afford to give it a reasonably tight line. It'll hold the line and finish on the jack. Sonia worked that out. Oh, wanted the jack.
Very unlucky.
Rosita looks unsure. She looks in 2 minds. Sonia has given her a task.
Yeah, still play the forehand.
And she looks doubtful. You've got to be fully committed. You've got to believe that it's the right shot to play. Oh, that's brilliant. That's just what Sonia was suggesting she did.
Covers these Malaysian bowls.
Yeah, beats it and covers it. That's 3 shots now to the Philippines as it stands. Zuraini Khalid, the Hong Kong International Classic Women's Singles Champion. This is much better.
That's more like it.
That's the way she won the title last week. And sets a bit of a problem. A front toucher is so hard to beat, and the jack is likely to go, and if anywhere, it's likely to go to Malaysian bowlers waiting for it. So it's a real problem for Rosita.
There is one Philippine bowl just 2 yards beyond the jack. Maybe she's looking at that, hitting that. Anyway, it's given the Philippines something to think about.
Well, that turned the head totally, didn't it? I mean, the Philippines were totally in control. They were holding 3 shots. It was looking good. And now with that front toucher, Malaysia are looking fairly secure. What are you going to do, Rosita?
Well, she's not short. Oh. Well, you could see the intention.
An excellent try. If she just halved the front toucher, it's possible she might have just moved it across the green and left all the other bowls where they were. But as it is, Malaysia look like drawing first blood in this second set. A chance for Zuraini to draw another one. She's got to be careful. She doesn't want to hit the shot bowl.
Oh, through that same gap.
Oh, very good try. Made contact with the nearest Philippines bowl.
1 to Malaysia.
Trickled through the head. 1, as you say,
First
to Malaysia.
Second set. There's a little tactical play here. David, the Malaysian girls brought the mat up. Oh no, she's been told to put it back again. It's a slight change in the tactic. It might help going up this way, of course. Both teams have struggled going up towards the football club end.
Yes, and very intelligent there from Zuraini to ask her lead, Linda, to take the mat back. She wants a shorter jack But what she doesn't want is the jack in the same position that it was, where it was so difficult to get close.
We'll see how they do, David. This is a different tack.
Yeah. And if the mat was up the green, then the jack would have been in the same position. New territory, new line, new length.
And a bit heavy.
Yeah, but that was all.
The green was good.
Yeah.
That's a better ball from Sonia Bruce.
And I think we've seen already that the rink is going to be playing more predictably at this length. We're likely to have better bowls, better heads.
Struggling a bit with weight at the moment as the Malaysian lead.
Just 22 years of age, a student.
Student of bowls.
Well, yes. But, I believe she is studying for other things as well. But you're quite right, in Malaysia, their top bowlers are, well, basically full-time professionals.
I see in her CV she's won the Asian Bowls Under-25 Championships a couple of times, the gold medal. And her own national pairs,
Yes.
gold medal.
She's the current holder of the national pairs.
But she struggled a bit going up this way. That's not the best three bowls she'll ever play. As I said before, young girl, probably nerves playing a little bit. Maybe not used to playing in front of an audience or on TV. Good bowls by Sonia Bruce.
Yes. Perfect.
Yeah.
Worked in off her own bowl, another toucher, 2 touches this end for Sonia Bruce. And
Given the Malaysian skip a bit of a problem.
yes, the Malaysian change of tactics worked to some extent. They've made the rink a bit easier, but it's easier for both players, and Sonia was the first to find it. So they've played into their opponent's hands to some extent.
Well, there's that cut away that
Yeah.
we've been talking about.
So close to what she was a but finished a mile away.
I think they've given up playing the backhand going down towards the football club.
Well, that's one at the back just in case.
And another bit insurance.
Quite deliberate.
Well, she's struggling a bit as well.
Yes, that's back to that old trouble, just over green and doesn't bend. And that lulls you into playing less green and then finishing tight. Very little margin for error.
Was that an attempted blocker, do you think, David? From where we're sitting, it looks it could be in the line.
That's how it's finished. I don't know whether it was intentional, but it's finished very, very well. It may force the Malaysian to play extra weight at this.
Well, she's having a good think about it, and it looks as though the backhand. A yard of pace.
Well,
No, it's not.
if at any pace, and it'll go by. Decent line. So the Philippines holding, well, 2 shots.
2. Yeah, the umpire signalling 2.
And a great opportunity to make 3. Rosita Bradbourne needs to get within a yard of the jack for a treble. Looking good.
Yeah, looking
Yes.
very good.
No mistake, no mercy. In she comes for
Applause,
3.
A ripple of applause.
And just when it looked as if Malaysia were going to come back in this second set, they opened with a single. It's the Philippines taking control again. 3 shots, 3-1 after 2.
And the tactic with the mat didn't work, so Sonia Bruce has pulled the mat up a little bit as well. 2 or 3 yards from the tee. And bowled it to within 2 metres. Back to our favourite forehand coming down this way towards the clubhouse.
Oh, what a start.
Very good start. Toucher and the within 2 feet of the ditch.
Yes, that will take some beating. And the problem is when a jack is in that position, you want to reach, you make sure you reach, and you finish in the ditch. A dead bowl.
And they say a yard short.
I don't think Sonia will be short with this, but I think because she's got the opportunity of trailing the jack a little bit further and putting it in the ditch.
Or just caught on the mid-Asian bowl.
Linda, better weight.
Is that the jack in the ditch, David?
I think so.
I think so.
I think it's gone.
Yes.
And which means that is almost unbeatable, that last bowl of Linda.
Unless Sonia's toucher goes in the ditch as well.
That's true. I mean, that does give you a sense of what a toucher means.
Means the ball's still live. And if it goes in the ditch, I mean, where you and I are sitting there, we've no idea at all where the shot lies in relation to the jack.
But it's important to remember that a toucher on the green stays alive even if it's hit in the ditch. So Philippines will always have that option.
Doesn't help with one of the spectators sitting blocking our view. We really are in a very awkward position here. Just to give you viewers an opportunity, a chance to see where we are sitting. We're sitting. Those of you that know Craigengower Cricket Club, we are sitting where the smokers normally sit, outside and close into the corner of the clubhouse.
Well, our cameras have just given you a very good picture of the shot bowl in the ditch, covered in sand, and sitting next to the jack. So they're
It's unbeatable then.
pretty well, unless, as you pointed out, Jim, the Rosita Bradbourne can push her own toucher into the ditch, and that's what she's trying to do here.
And she's done it.
She's done it. In it goes, and no, hang on. Why did they take that bowl out?
As I say, it's so difficult from where we're sitting.
Yes. Well, she seemed to have played the perfect shot then and pushed the toucher into the ditch. Perhaps the bowl they took out was the running bowl that she played. The toucher left in the ditch is just out of the picture to the left, and so it really is unbeatable now. There is no way in which the Philippines can get the shot on this end. All they can hope is they can cut the count to just one shot.
I don't know. The viewers will have a better idea of what the situation than I have. Have you any idea what the situation is, David? Do you think it's 1 to Malaysia?
I think it's one to Malaysia. I don't think it's any more, but we're about to find out because this is the last bowl of the end. Oh, there's another bowl coming in, but and that Malaysian bowl itself came through.
We'll see now.
It might, in fact, be two now. Somebody tell us, please.
It's only one. It's only one. I see the scoreboard markers putting one up.
Right,
It's
one
3-2
shot.
after 3.
Well, a good end for Malaysia after Sonia Bruce initially trailed the jack. Noura's Linda Zakaria managed to put the jack in the ditch, and there it stayed with the toucher sitting next to it. 1 to Malaysia, 3-2, and Malaysia playing a short jack.
Short jack, and the mat is back, David. It's 2 meters away from the ditch, the normal position. Of course, the jack has got to go 23 meters for it to be legal.
And now they've found a patch of grass which is much more predictable. Linda, the Malaysian lead, opens with a good bowl. But of course it's easier for both players, and Sonia Bruce has got a good reply. The makings of a good end here.
I don't see Brunei represented here, David. Are they figuring world bowls? They've been here in the past.
So, sorry, who?
Brunei.
Brunei? No, they have been here in the past, but they're not here this time.
But they still take part in world bowls events?
Yes, they do. They do. Good bowl from Sonia. Macau have been here in the past as well. And
That's
not here
right.
this year.
Yes, that's right. I'm assuming they still play in Macau.
Very good. That's a a much better bowl from Noura's Linda, the Malaysian lead. But here's the competitive Sonia Bruce. You can see she's eager to get at this. Good effort. Finished well behind the jack. It's there to receive.
In talking to Sonia Bruce before the game started, David, she lists amongst her other interests, sporting interests, as billiards and golf. So obviously there were snooker tables down in the club in Angela's.
Yeah. She was saying that they haven't had as much time to practice as they have in the past because the club is under new management, and I don't think the new management is so keen in allowing free practice time for their top players, which would be a shame because these top players carry the flag for the Philippines and would be a great advertisement for the club. Oh, very unlucky that, through the gap. Zuraini Khalid, silver medalist in the Commonwealth Games in 2010. That was in New Delhi. Draws well, 2 shots to Malaysia. Yep. 2 signalled by Sonia Bruce. It is just a subtle way of encouraging the skip to concentrate and see if she can change it. Very close with her previous delivery. Coming up the backhand with a bit of weight. Is she narrow?
Oh, she's hit the jack. I don't know what's happened.
Oh, that's a brilliant bowl. I think she may have got the shot out of that.
The umpire's having a look. Signalling one to Malaysia. That must be the Malaysian bowl that the jack's against.
Yes, in which case that cut the count down from 2 to 1, which is a satisfactory scenario from the Philippines' point of view.
One ball each left.
Well, the situation is in favour of the Philippines, really, because Malaysia can hardly hope to get another shot.
No, that one, yeah.
Really too dangerous, generally, for
Yes.
to reach that with any weight. But it's a chance for the Philippines to change things around. They've got a shot to play. And I don't think they can be worse off. She likes it. Oh, she was robbed by the front bowl. She was on target, wasn't she?
Very much so.
And played with attacking weight. Aggressive bowl from Rosita Bradbourne, but hit the rocks.
Just when you mentioned the Angela's Sports Club being under new, or bowling club being under new management, a number of years ago when I was working here, I met a chap from Kowloon Cricket Club, and this was an Australian fellow who invented some electric toothbrush and made his fortune. And he told me he went down to Angela's and actually built the first bowling green there.
Yeah, that rings a bell with me.
Does
The
yes.
electric toothbrush brought back those memories, yes.
can't remember the chap's name, but he was Australian, and he built the facility down there. Because I don't think Philippines will have seen a bowling green apart from in Manila, the Manila Nomads Club.
He was a Hong Kong man, I believe,
He was a
wasn't he?
Hong Kong man.
Didn't he play for KCC or something?
KCC, he played for
Mm.
KCC. I just cannot remember his name.
Anyway, back to the final of the women's pairs here at the Hong Kong Classic. And this is
Malaysia sticking with the shortest jack.
Noura's Linda. Decent opening bowl. The standard of play has improved since the length of the jack has been shortened. Those long jacks were
They were all
too
struggling.
testing.
Yeah, they were all struggling. The four girls were struggling, and didn't really make for good viewing.
Sonia Bruce stamping her authority there.
In talking to her earlier, David, she's been coming here for 7 years.
Has she?
Yes.
Yes.
I knew Sonia's husband when he worked here. He worked for the government. Almost certain it was the fire services, but I think rugby was his sport. Ray Bruce.
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
yes. So he was a Hong Kong man as well.
Hong Kong man.
Yes.
Yeah. Been here a long number of years, and as I say, I think it was the fire services. And when he retired, he went to the Philippines and obviously married Sonia. Rosita must be married to an expat as well, with the surname that she's got.
Yes, yes. I met Mr. Bradbourne a few years ago, and he's a military man.
English?
I believe so, yes. Military bearing, impressive moustache.
And the father of 6 kids.
Apparently. Now, Zuraini, can you get Malaysia out of trouble on this end?
Not with that one.
She knew what she was doing, though. She put it down on a very good line. It just resisted the bend. Didn't want to come back to the jack.
Could that be a blocker?
It could well be. It doesn't actually stop a bowl on the forehand, but it makes it more difficult.
It's one in the eye, as we say.
Yes. More weight here from Zuraini rather than less.
Just cut across the head.
No, that really is a blocker.
Well, it's going to make it very difficult. Umpire signalling 3. That must be in the count. Well, there's a yard of running on this one. changed their one of the one of the blockers, as we said, David, hit that front blocker, the one that was a yard and a half away.
And that really is a turning point in the game, I think.
Well, it looks like an easy draw in the forehand
Malaysia,
for another shot.
yeah, Malaysia were hanging in there and threatening to maybe win this second set, but Philippines always the favourites to do so, and now they've scored a count. How many are they going to count?
There's another one in the count. Well, that's 3 that we can see from here.
Yes, very nicely done. 3 without any question at all, and then they'll be looking for more. I'll take those 3 out, girls. 1, 2, 3.
And we're going to have a measure for the others. I notice the players are preferring to measure themselves rather than ask the umpire, David.
Well, they're quite entitled to do that,
Absolutely,
aren't they?
yes.
Yes. And if they can't agree, then they bring the umpire in.
Is
Oh,
that-
4
is that
shots.
4?
So the
Yeah,
Philippines winning an
4.
extra shot on the measure there makes it 4 shots to the Philippines.
And 7-3 after
And,
5.
yeah, suddenly they're 4 shots ahead in this set. A set which they only have to tie in order to win the match and the title.
championships. Yeah. Sonia Bruce taking the mat up beyond the tee, so 4 or 5 meters from the ditch.
So to be honest, the Philippines have been in control at all lengths. On the long lengths they weren't playing very well, but they were still scoring shots. Now that the jack has been shortened, the bowling has improved, but the Philippines are still very much in control.
How did Malaysia do in the Commonwealth Games? Do they have some good finishes?
Yes,
Titles?
very well, very well. I attended the Commonwealth Games in Kuala Lumpur in 1998, and they were novices just taking off their day jobs, and with an Australian coach, Robbie Dobbins.
What a lovely
Oh,
start.
great start!
What a beautiful
again.
start.
It must be disheartening for the opposition to have a lead bowling like that. Yeah, the novices of Kuala Lumpur. When we got to the Bukit Kiara Stadium, it was said, "Oh, Malaysia think they're going to win medals this time," and I said, "Oh, that's great. That's
Excellent.
great."
Yes.
And I said, no, they won't win medals. They're pretty decent for novices. They're doing really well. But I think when the chips are down, they're not going to be standing on the podium. And you know they did. They won 2 or 3 medals.
Wow.
The
In
very
in the
first
first
year. And,
Excellent.
And then, of course, since then we've had Siti Zita Ahmed. Well, the lady called Lena, in fact, winning 2 Commonwealth Games singles gold medals. So they really are a country to be
A force to be reckoned with,
Yes. Safwan Saeed won the men's world singles championship in 2008. World Championships coming up shortly in
and you're heading there down to.
yes, in Christchurch.
I'm going back home to Spain tonight. And you're heading for Australia first.
Australia first, and then over to Christchurch. Yes. Yes. Sonia, ever so
umpires-
consistent.
Umpires signalling 2 to the Philippines. Oh, she got. Oh, very unlucky. Or very lucky, whatever you want to look at it.
She looked as if she was getting a bit of luck out of
Yes.
it.
Could be the shot, though.
Well, I still think it's at least 1 to Philippines.
The umpire's having a look, so it must be close. 1 to Philippines. Oh, another lovely ball from the Philippine skip.
Yes, it counts on covers and drew applause from her partner, Sonia Bruce. Great bowl from Rosita Bradbourne.
The crowd is steadily building up, David, but a little bit disappointing for the
Well,
ladies' final.
It is a bit, but it's 10 o'clock on a Sunday morning, so perhaps that's got something to do with it. I don't know if people in Hong Kong have a lie-in on a Sunday morning.
I don't know. I certainly didn't. I used to play what we called statue tennis. It means that the players I played with never moved.
Oh. Ah. You were allowed to move, though.
We were young. We were younger then and less mobile, I think. It brings back memories. Sunday morning statue tennis.
Well, at last something going Malaysia's way. Things were building up very badly against them there. They're 7-3 down in the second set, and they were 2 or 3 shots down in the head. Up comes
up 3.
Zuraini.
What a big turn. That's 3 to Malaysia.
Yes, picks the jack up and makes 3 shots. That's a turnover of 6 shots with just 1 bowl. That shows how volatile this game can be. Everyone thinks it's a quiet game, a gentle game, a slow game, but the balance of power can change at a stroke, as it did then. If Malaysia can keep these shots, then they're very much in the hunt again.
Big ball here for the Philippines. Well,
That
what happened there?
must have saved, surely.
Is she cut down 2 shots? Is it only 1 to the Philippines, 1 to Malaysia now? I think the umpire's holding up, signalling 1. If that's the case, it was a big saver there.
1 bowl each left. Or not?
No. I think
Rosita's
it's just 1 to Malaysia.
bowl.
1. That's the
bowled
last
all
ball.
hers. This is the last bowl
Yeah.
at the end then. Chance for Malaysia to make 2.
Oh, she's gone through the head. Is that signal 1? Yep. Yeah, 1 shot to Malaysia.
Yes, the scoreboard turns over. 1 shot.
7-4 after 6 ends.
3 ends left in this match, and it's very much still alive. If Malaysia can suddenly find a bit of form, they've been strangely below par in this match so far, apart from the occasional flash of brilliance. But if they can find some form and can manage to win this set, then anything can happen on a tie-break. It has to be said as well that in this second set, Jem, we've had 6 ends played. Malaysia have won 4 of them.
That's right, yeah.
And yet they find that they're 7-4 down. It
was that 4
yes.
a couple of ends ago that really did it.
And the 3 on the third end. So rich pickings for the Philippines, a 3 and a 4. Whereas Malaysia had to settle for 4 measly singles.
In fact, the whole game they've never had a big count, have they, Malaysia? Seems to have been singles all the way.
Yes, they had 2 singles in the first set, 4 singles in the second.
That's better.
That'll give Malaysia, and particularly Linda, some encouragement, boost her confidence. It's nothing like a dead length toucher to make you feel better.
Oh, just went past. I don't think the Philippines will worry too much as if they only go 1 down.
Well, that's right, Jim. It's a question of closing down the game now, isn't it, for the Philippines? Making sure they don't drop multiples here.
As you've said earlier, they only need a draw to win the
That's
title.
right. That's right. So, effectively, Malaysia need to score 4 shots without reply over these 3 ends.
They're actually very good positional bowls from the Philippines. All 3 bowls behind. Nothing worse for the skip than short bowls.
Zuraini looking for some magic here. She showed really good form when she won the singles last week.
Just gone that yard through.
As far as Rosita Bradbourne's concerned, it's a question of that old bowls adage, play it tight. It's a rather overused phrase, generally, but this is a time when it comes into its own.
Oh, she's not far away. Oh, unlucky. But again, only 1 down.
Yes, if you're going to drop shots, make sure you drop them 1 at a time. And if Philippines can achieve that, they're home and dry. They will be the Hong Kong pairs champions for the 2nd time.
Oh, that looks like another shot to Malaysia.
Good shot too.
Is the umpire signalling too? Yes, Sani's signalling too. The umpire is a member of the local police force, Hong Kong Police.
Well, playing weight at this. I'm a little bit surprised at this because there's no need for anything flashy here. Although it's not a lot of weight.
Sonia's happy with it.
Oh, yes.
What a brilliant bowl.
What a great bowl.
Maybe still 1 down though.
But if she's 1 down, as long as it's only 1 down, she'll be very happy.
Yes, it is 1 down. One to Malaysia.
Zuraini Khalid. Oh yes, this could make
that's
2.
a touch of fortune there. No, I think it's only 1.
Well, I don't know, Jim. I think
Yes,
that's worth a look for 2.
We keep saying it's we're in a difficult position
Yeah.
here.
Angles are everything, and sometimes the players themselves can't make up their minds. But we won't know until a measure is applied.
Sonia Bruce has given the skip some instructions there of what shot to play. Forehand coming down, I think it is. take these Malaysian bowls out and lie to.
Well, yes, there are several chances with a bit of weight on the forehand. The only danger is to,
It's taking her own out.
well, yes,
Yeah.
and of course to ride off and stay wide. Oh, it's backhand, I think.
Is it backhand?
I'm not totally. Yes, it is backhand.
Signalling one to Malaysia.
Just the one.
7-5 after 7. 2 ends left, David.
Yes, and Malaysia, that's the 5th single they've scored in this set. You could say they've dominated the set. They've scored 5 ends to 2. But when they've dropped shots, they've dropped them big style.
This is a vital end for them then. That same length of jack the skip's asking for.
Yes, a reminder that this is a set. This is a set that Malaysia have to win. In other words, they're looking for another 3 shots over the next 2 ends. They've never broken the single barrier yet.
And yard a bit heavy and the wrong green. But I think it's very tricky, that forehand, but they're persisting with it.
Well, they're both tricky hands, Jim. They really are. You're punished for being wide, and you're also punished for being tight. Good opener from Sonia.
Skip signalled a couple of feet short.
Can Linda beat it for Malaysia? Yes, she can.
She can.
Very good. Rosita showing Sonia Bruce just what she's got to do. Put that much weight on, she said, on your last bowl. Let's see if she can adjust. She's definitely up.
Oh, it's taking the shot out. Yeah, in line 1. Exactly what the skip called for.
Good attempt, good weight, but trailed away. That was a very important delivery, Jim,
It
from
was.
Sonia, wasn't it? It stopped the Malaysians in their tracks.
That's
the
right.
momentum was
That's
beginning
right.
to get behind them.
What another good ball. Good position. Umpire's coming down to have a look. Maybe tell us what the situation is.
2 shots.
2 shots.
That's to the Philippines. Now, it's not. The Philippines are not likely to score 4 shots on this end, but if they did, the match would be over. Because the best that Malaysia could do would be to tie the set, and that would not be good enough.
Well, something's happened.
Yeah, very good bowl
Applause from the
From-
opposition as well.
from Zuraini. And
Was
Malaysia have the shot.
Yeah, one to Malaysia.
Sonia Bruce never short of a word and a bit of advice, and she knows the game through and through. She's tactically very sound.
She tells me she's been playing for 24 years. Time she doesn't look that old, David.
That's true.
Well, that's not the best bowl that Rosita's ever bowled. Probably content with being one down.
Yes, they shouldn't be looking for anything spectacular at this stage, the Philippines. They should be looking for the conservative option. As long as they don't drop more than one shot, they should be happy. This is good from Zuraini. Just running through. I don't think that counts.
No, I don't think so. Is the umpire still signalling one? Yeah.
Sonia encouraging Rosita there, saying keep on the forehand, give it the green, draw in here, you can draw the shot. I wondered whether they'd be tempted with a little bit of a run on the other hand.
That's what I thought. Maybe that was the idea in putting the first ball 2 or 3 yards through the head. We'll see. Well, it's a forehand draw. She's chasing it. Oh,
well, that's a brilliant bowl. I don't think she's got the shot out of it, but she could hardly have tried harder.
No, still 1 to Malaysia.
So important for Malaysia to score in multiples. They've got to score 2 here. Come on, to stand a realistic chance on the last end.
And obviously there's another Philippine bowl on the head, David.
Another forehand draw, this time from Zuraini.
Well, it's gone through again.
Very good effort.
Now, what does Philippines do here? Settle for 1 down, last end?
Well, they're not inclined to settle for 1 down. They think they'd like to steal the shot if they can.
Well, they're having a good discussion.
Well, they're still looking at the forehand option. I'm quite surprised they're not trying the backhand, even though the backhand is tricky.
Well, from where we're sitting, David, I difficult for us to. Is it the shot on the left that's the shot? The ball on the left?
Yes, I think so. Rosita Bradbourne. A bowl that could virtually seal victory if she can get it. Not good line, but not quite reaching. I think the Philippines will have to concede the 1 shot. Yes, they do. Sonia Bruce hands the jack to Noura's Linda.
I think
Sakurai.
I think that might have been part of the plan, David, just to go 1 down in the last end.
So 6 singles in this set to
and they're still
to
down
Malaysia.
after 8 ends.
Yeah, and the 7-6 down. And a single, they've never broken that single barrier. They'll have to do it on this end if they're to stay alive in this Hong Kong International Pairs Classic.
Oh, slightly longer jack. They have a different tactic here. Maybe it's the adrenaline flowing with the last end.
Well, maybe it's time for a change of tactics.
Yes.
It's worth a gamble. Malaysia then, looking for 2 shots to win the set. Philippines looking to contain the Malaysians to just a single.
Oh, well, first ball is 2 yards through. Probably an adrenaline rush.
Do you know, Jim? I think this green is speeding up with the
With the
sun.
sunshine,
that,
yeah.
That one looked a good length, and it just trickled through. It finished a good yard past the jack.
Yeah, there's certainly a cloudy start, but the sun's out now.
This one's running as well. No correction at all. In fact, that's gone further than Linda's first bowl. 3 yards through.
I think it's got to be a touch of nerves, David, with vital stage of the game.
Well, that's a very good bowl. That one trickled on and on and on and finished, 10 inches short. That could be the winner. It's the one that has to be beaten twice.
Is that a change of hand? Has she gone on the backhand with her last ball? Oh, that's not so good.
Well, she played the first 2 on the backhand as well, and the ones that went through. It's a second. It's a good second. Just overweight.
Malaysia needs more than a good second, David, if they're going to win this set.
The other advantage that the Philippines have is they do have the last bowl on this end.
Sonia Bruce has just given us an expectant look there, David, as she walked down. She walked past the head, looking in our direction.
A bubbly character. She loves her bowls. This is good from Zuraini. That's just what was required at this stage. 1 shot to Malaysia. Remember, 1 isn't good enough.
No, they need more than 1.
But it's building up now. Rosita.
Forehand ball.
Close. Oh.
Well, there's a wonderful catch there. Three Philippine balls a yard through. A gentle tap on the shot ball would do it.
Another very good bowl here from the Malaysian. It won't count.
It's fallen down.
Yeah, it's Malaysia have shot. They have 3rd bowl and they have 4th bowl. So they are well served in the head.
Umpire signalling 1.
This is very dangerous, you know, Jem. Sonia's
Extremely dangerous.
asked Rosita to come up on the forehand and just reach the shot bowler. If she does that with any force at all, and the jack just moves, then it's 2 down, and Malaysia have a set lie.
Oh,
Oh,
just missed.
it doesn't look possible to go through there.
Here's last Malaysian bowled. It's vital.
Yeah, the chips are down now for Malaysia. Zuraini has to operate with this. She's either going to draw another one or move the jack slightly to create a double.
There's only one Philippine bowl in the head.
She's looking good if she's reaching.
Is she
She's
there?
short.
Oh my
I
goodness.
don't believe it.
No. That's a very bad mistake.
Yes, absolutely nothing for short. Didn't give herself a chance. And Sonia Bruce has had a good look at it, and she said, I'll give you one. I don't think we'll play the last bowl. It's shake hands time.
It's shaking hands time. Well done, Philippines. Winning the pairs for the second time, David.
Yes, Malaysia, despite scoring 7 singles in the second set, just managed to tie the set at 7-all. That's just not good enough because they lost the first one 11-2. And it's the Philippines for the second time win the Hong Kong International Classic pairs. Last time
2014, I think, wasn't it?
and Sonia Bruce was partnered then by Amy Knight. This time she's partnered by Rosita Bradbourne, and they are worthy winners of the title. Malaysia have won the title more than once, but not with this particular pair. They've battled hard all the way through. They deserve credit, and especially for the way they almost dominated the second set, winning 7 ends out of 9.
Ends. That's another single shot, isn't it?
It must be some sort of record. Yes, it is. 7 singles in 9 ends. Absolutely incredible. But there we have it. Philippines are the champions.
We'll need to find some air conditioning now before the men's final.
置，你就向咗個方向行啦，只揾一點。我唔可以話俾你聽邊一點，自己揾。咁你就可以行得
咩啊？
容易㗎啦。好啦，咁咧就。啊，OK。當你經過檢閱台之前，嗰個樓梯就係檢閱台㗎。咁你行到呢度，幫我。
即係你知道未啊？
你望住呢邊得㗎，阿力士。
或者去邊度？
啊，差唔多位置。咁你咧就繼續咁行。咁過咗檢閱台，跟住你就向翻正。又就喺前面過。食心心喎。咁你行嗰陣，記住望住啊！呢度有把傘，咁你就望住阿力士啊。個阿力士唔係啫，你鬧呢個阿力士啊！啊，望住呢個阿力士啊！人講嘢就周圍望嘴，咁行一條直線，得唔得？好啦，而家出場啦，記住係隔離嗰隊行，你先到呢幾個牌啊！隔離嗰隊唔行，你冇呢幾個牌。好，企嚟走得。好，行得差唔多。向右個牌，係。咩啊？望向右，抬龜骨頭有神咧，望向右，係轉向右，好，望向右啊，神氣。嗱 ，YouTube 影緊你㗎，記住。哇，今日 YouTube 你哋。右手上啲，左手再上少少，啱好，係望向右，係笑，望轉係笑下先得㗎，喂，喂，轉翻隻，係再轉翻隻，enjoy 下佢先得㗎嘛 ，enjoy 笑，係啊，笑係 enjoy 先得㗎嘛，做呢啲笑，係。喺嗰裏邊。
即係 so far 其實你都冇 roll 噶嘛，頭先冇嗰三次嗰啲，即係我唔做好突突我梗係唔做啦。
家冇啊，頭先你明白得㗎啦。搞住我揀啫嘛。啲電線膠布零少少啊，零一年。呢啲呢條得你接受埋先啦。
驚貼親嗰啲 VIP 啫。
呢條係 BNC 嚟㗎嘛？BNC 落坑啊！
落得坑啊！落得坑啊！就係
嚇，就係因為佢喺嗰度落咧，如果個波一撞落去咧，變咗唔知佢會彈咗去邊啊！
多一個問題出現啊！
即係所以離開咗呢個範圍咧，係先至翻。
哇！呢啲黃色嘢點樣？
唔係，佢嗰個冇撞到唔緊要，因為佢咁樣垂直咧有問題啊！
哦，咁如果我哋兜少少先至落坑，而家冇點啊？嗱，我哋你講係意思係咧，直接擺客我哋啱去側邊。哦，你去遠啲先至落坑。我咪講呢條啊，呢條真係呢條真係呢條真係黑心啊！我有如果後邊都有先高咗聲，即係我哋嗰度溝少少。我哋條線咧，咁而家 OK 㗎啦。呢條佢拍唔係佢一路一路。都得拍實埋嗰啲嘢，連一連內側得㗎，揾啲膠紙連一連內側固定佢。拍晒側邊咯。好。咁佢碌落去前面啫嘛，佢唔會碌呢邊攞啊。啱啱？我哋會拉遠啲。過咗燈柱啊！去到把遮嗰個位。
Well, here we are back at the Craigengower Cricket Club for the highlight of the week, the very last game of all, and it should be a cracker. It's the final of the men's Hong Kong International Classic pairs, and it features Australia, who are the defending champions, and the young pretenders from Scotland. For Australia, we have Nathan Pedersen and Corey Wedlock, and for Scotland we have Ryan Burnett and Kevin Anderson. So a great lineup there. We're looking forward to that immensely, Jim, aren't we?
We are, David. Certainly I am. I think you know where my loyalties will lie here, despite the fact that both Scottish boys now play their bowls in Australia.
I can see I'm going to have to rein you in this afternoon. Your Scottish accent will become more pronounced as the afternoon goes on, I think.
And I might get a bit excited also.
Yes. Yes, although these boys play in Australia, you're quite right. In a sense, then, we've got 4 Australians on the green, haven't we? For 4 players who play all the time in Australia these days. But the Scots lads have been playing so well back at home in Scotland and in Australia that the Scottish selectors felt that they could pick them for this coveted trip. Everybody wants a trip to Hong Kong for the Classic, and Ryan Burnett and Kevin Anderson were only too pleased to take up the invitation. They've powered their way into the final. They're facing the defending champions, Pedersen and Wedlock, and really this should be an unremitting struggle. I'm looking forward to it immensely.
So am I, David. I'm told in World Bowl circles this is the 3rd most prestigious grass tournament outside World Bowls and the Commonwealth Games.
Well, I suppose it is. You've got as you say, the World Championship, which is coming up in New Zealand at the end of this month. You've got the Commonwealth Games. And I suppose next comes the regional qualifiers for the world, including the Atlantic Championships. But I suppose Hong Kong Classic is well up there. It first played over 30 years ago now.
Yes.
And it's developed into one of the fixtures and one of the most appetizing and entertaining events on the bowling calendar.
I had the pleasure of umpiring both these teams during the week, and both teams, they played brilliant bowls to qualify for this final.
Ryan Burnett on the mat, and
is Ryan Burnett related in any way to Darren Burnett, the Scottish Commonwealth Games gold medalist?
Well, in fact, he's his younger brother. And some are predicting that he's going to do just as well as his older brother Darren. There's about 13 years between them, I think, in age, which is quite a lot, I suppose, between two brothers. But together they have won the Scottish Pairs Championship, and that, Ryan says, that is one of the highlights of his career.
Of his young career.
Not just winning a national title, but doing so with his brother. There's something very special about that.
Well, he's lying a couple of shots after the Leeds have bowled their first 3 bowls. We're following the same format, I take it, as the ladies' final, David, are we?
Absolutely. It's 2 sets, 9 ends per set, and if at the end of those 18 ends it's tied at 1 set all, we go into a 3 ends tie break. Let's get ahead of ourselves. It's very early days yet, and the players on this rink, which we were told this morning by the finalists in the women's pairs, that it's a very tricky rink, and they haven't really come to terms with it yet. It's a loose end to start with. Let's see what Kevin Anderson can do. This is a very good bowl, Jim.
Excellent. Scotland lying 3 at the moment.
Corey Wedlock, he's not far away either. Interesting how the skips have caught on to it straight away. I think he's drawn the shot there.
Yes, drawn the shot. Umpire signal 1 to Australia.
This
Oh.
Scottish pair had a cracking match against.
Oh, what a brilliant
Oh
ball.
yes,
One light green ball with the shot surrounded by 3 darker green ones for Australia.
yes. In the group, Australia met Scotland and came out on top by just 2 shots, 20 shots to 18 overall.
I umpired that game, that particular game, and there were some brilliant bowls in it.
Corey Wedlock very quick there to resort to force, something he's very good at, but that time he's off target. So the shot still with Scotland.
1 ball to come. Can you draw a second?
On their way to the final, Scotland beat CCC, that's the Craigengyle Cricket Club, in a cracking match. CCC won the first set easily, but Scotland turned it around and won it on a tie-break.
Oh, he's drawn the second shot, I think. Yes. Brilliant bowls.
3 absolutely outstanding bowls from Kevin Anderson on the opening end. That augurs well for Scotland in this Hong Kong International Classic Pairs final. And having won the first end, Scotland deliver the jack to the length of their choice. And it's a long jack.
I'm surprised.
We saw the ladies struggle on this length in the women's final. Let's see if the men can cope any better.
Well, he certainly gave it plenty green in that forehand coming down towards the football club end. What a lovely finish. I think you remarked before we started, David, that how youth seems to have taken over this final.
Well, yes. There's a legend which still persists that bowls is an old man's game. Now, that's never been the truth, and it's certainly not the truth in 2016. But these bowlers on the rink today are 90 years old. That
Okay,
is between them. If you add up the ages of these 4, it comes to 90. Isn't that
that's
incredible?
amazing. Yes, yeah.
23, 25, 22 and 20.
And look at the start going up this way. What a difference from this morning.
And that really is the face of the game today. It's as an old friend of mine used to say, bowls is an old man's game. Bowls is a young man's game that old men can play.
Very true.
And that's one of the great qualities of the game. You can play at any age. You can play on equal terms, men against women. You can have disabled people who are partially sighted, and amputees, people in wheelchairs. And it's all on equal terms. Strength and speed doesn't come into it, but hand and eye coordination and pure skill. That's what's required.
I don't see what the umpire's marking here, David. Definitely 1 to Scotland. I don't know about whether line 2 or not. Ryan Burnett's second bowl, almost a toucher. As I say, it's very difficult. I've said this morning it's very difficult from where we are sitting to know exactly who's lying, particularly when it's away up the football club end. Well, with the applause, that would appear to be in the count.
Yes, I think it is. He came up on the flatter of the hands and stayed in the count. Oh, brilliant bowl from Corey Wedlock there. I mentioned the fact he liked using force, and he's pretty good at it, and he was bang on target there. The jack goes off the rink, so that's
The end finished.
it's a dead end. They will replay it, and they will replay it on this occasion in the opposite direction.
You wouldn't like to predict how many burned ends we're going to have in this match?
Well, if we've got close bowling from the leads, we're going to have some heavy bowls from both of the skips, I think. Now, it was Giles Corey who killed the end then, but I can tell you, Kevin Anderson is one of the fastest firers in the game. He really lets rip.
Do you remember going back a few years ago now when it was Australia against Ireland in the final? I think there was 12 burned ends. We finished in the dark.
Well, it seemed to go on forever. I'm surprised it's still not going on today.
I'd like to say that's a positional bowl by Ryan, but I'm not so sure.
Yes, Ryan Burnett from Arbroath in Scotland, but as we mentioned, playing currently at the Broadbeach Club on Australia's Gold Coast.
That's a wonderful experience for them to go down there and play, isn't it?
Well, they were excellent players before they went to Australia. They've been there for about 18 months now, and haven't they learnt a lot on those fast greens? They're very much all-round players now, these two Scots.
They're 2 down at the moment, though. Still 2 down.
Nathan Pedersen plays for the Modbury Club in Adelaide, South Australia.
Mudbury.
Modbury.
Well, Scotland could be might be looking at another burned end here.
The skips make their way to the mat end of the green. Broad-shouldered, both of them. They can send down a blunderbuss or two, but at the moment,
Could be second shot.
Kevin Anderson sticking to the draw.
Oh, he's put another one of his own balls in the head.
Kevin Anderson being asked to change his hand by his lead, Ryan Burnett. Good line, needed another yard.
He's a big lad, is Kevin, isn't he?
Well, both the skips are, well built, and they're the captains of the teams. Well, that's 4 shots at the moment.
He's signalling 4. See what the umpire's going to put up with the lollipops.
It's early days to count the shots because Kevin Anderson has a bowl left. He was a yard short last time. Perfect green. Can he just put that extra ounce on? He's not short this time.
He's not short. Oh, he's gone through the head.
Well, he was a bit unlucky there because Ryan Burnett was trying to persuade him to rest the wing bowl of Australia and fall in for second, maybe even for shot, and he almost did it. Missed it by a fraction. Well, if they're holding 4, this for 5. What a pickup that would be.
Well, it must be close.
Well, it could be 2, 3, 4. 4 given without question by Ryan Burnett, and he says if you want the 5th, you'll have to measure for it. Nathan
4.
Pedersen not wasting time. 4 shots.
Well, the thing about dropping a 4 on the third end, David, you have plenty of time to recover. The second end, sorry. But certainly 4 very, very good. 5 excellent balls by the Australian duo.
Yes, this version of pairs means the most you can score on any end is 6. Normally, pairs is played on a 4 bowls per player basis, but this is 3 bowl pairs.
And of course, the Australians are the defending champions, aren't they?
They are, yes. They really looked good last year when they won the title, and here they are again. Very young pair. Nathan Pedersen, only 22, his skip. Corey Wedlock is only 20.
There's that tricky forehand again.
Yes, all 4 hands on this rink appear to have their tricks. It's possible to overgreen it like Nathan has done there, and it doesn't come back. But if you look for a tighter line, it's not there, and it swings away, and you finish very narrow. That one's hanging a bit. It looked a good line.
Looked a good line.
Yeah.
When I look at the shirts and shorts of the Scottish boys, that seems a new uniform they've got this year. David, is that a new uniform for the Scottish team?
Well, the Scottish uniform changes all the time. They've had dark blue, light blue. They even went into purple for a while, the Scots.
Australia have kept the same colour for the years. That's the colours that I remember from 2 or 3 years back.
Yes, I seem to remember them wearing the green and gold, but this is green and gold, I suppose, isn't it? It's dark green with gold trim,
yes.
but more yellow and green.
Yes.
I remember bright yellow and green shirts.
Of course, it didn't go well at Murrayfield yesterday with Australia beating Scotland by 1 point, I think. I saw the report this morning in this morning's paper.
Well, that's much better than Wales did against Australia 2 weeks ago.
Well, that's a perfectly drawn shot.
You see, the line is there if you can
Yes.
find it. Probably in for second.
Well, the umpire's going to have a look. Derek, the umpire's holding up. Is it 1 to Australia?
One to Australia at the moment. In fact, I think Scotland have 2 seconds, so we might see a little bit of
Very difficult to get
force.
at.
Good try. Perfect line.
Perfect line. He knew that was short.
Just a little bit careful. And Kevin Anderson trudges back to the mat. The last bowl of the end. A little bit of courtesy there, a little bit of etiquette.
Well, it's nice to see that.
Corey Wedlock handing the bowl to his opponent.
One to Australia.
So Australia, who were leading 4-2, are now 5-2 up in front. Three ends gone in this 9-end set.
Australia did very, very well to qualify for this final. They had a superb game against the Philippines, and the Philippines are no mug. Filipino boys are no mugs, as you know, and they went on to beat a very fancied Welsh pair. Well, the Wales, of course, topped their section.
Yes, they did, and they topped the section with more points than any other team in the competition. But they couldn't live with the Aussies. I think to some extent the Welsh had that's Daniel Salmon and David Kingdon. I think they had a little bit of an off day, to be honest. But the Australians were unbeatable. They really played well. I think they've got their eye on retaining this title.
I think so. They want to come back next year. Yeah, they were saying they're delighted to be invited back this year and looking forward to be invited back next year.
Well, they've done everything right so far. Nathan Pedersen says the thing he's most proud of in bowls, apart from winning the Classic last year, was winning 2 out of 3 disciplines in the Australian Open in 2016. Won the pairs and the fours.
That's good bowling by the Australian.
And not so good from Ryan Burnett, who finishes 2 feet short and on the wrong side of the rink. He really wanted to get amongst those 3 darker green bowls of Nathan Pedersen.
Nathan Pedersen signalling 2.
Well, that's where Scotland needed one in amongst the Australian bowls. It's a better position for Scotland now, but they're still at least 2 down. Fast and furious, the pace. Kevin Anderson was on the mat bowling then before that Australian bowler come to rest.
Oh, that's a lovely ball. Turned that up in 2 for Scotland, I think. Umpire's having a look. What's he signalling? Give us a clue.
Well, the marker seems reluctant to put his lollipops up in the air. He's
Yard on here. Oh, well, that's one of them gone, maybe.
Well, I think we can say without fear of contradiction that Scotland are holding 1 shot. We think the second bowl is the one short of the shot bowl. Ryan Burnett studying the position very closely, urging his partner to great things. It's a forehand draw. Kevin Anderson finding the forehand this way.
Oh, he's gone through.
Very well. He's pushed the Australian ball just a little closer. Guarantee it's second position. But Scotland take the shot. Very relieved about that, the Scots. And only 2 shots between the sides now. Scotland on 3, Australia 5.
I marked the singles game last Saturday. It seems like a long time ago, but I marked the singles game between Ryan Burnett and Nathan Peterson, and Nathan won the first set comfortably. Once Ryan settled down, he won the second set, and then of course we had this second set syndrome that you keep referring to. And Nathan won the tiebreak. So Ryan will be looking for some revenge here, I would think.
Yes, and don't forget that this Australian
Well, that's
pair
a better start.
beat
Much
this
better.
Scottish pair in the group play just by 2 shots. So the psychological advantage has got to be with the Aussies. But don't write the Scots off.
No, historically, the Scottish pairs have won this title more than most countries, I think, David, over the years.
I think you're right there about that. Well, that's slightly better for both teams. It's opened the backhand. Ryan Burnett would love to pick the jack up with this. Close to it. He's got it.
Excellent bowling.
Well bowled, Ryan Burnett. Made 3 of it. Left the Aussie bowls stranded. But Nathan Pedersen not far away with this. He's looking. That may be good enough for second. Yes, just 1 shot to Scotland at the moment. Anderson from Dumbarton, former Scottish singles champion.
As he would say himself, just a wee bit short there.
Just 25 years of age, Kevin Anderson, but the oldest player on the rink today.
Is that a tactical ball there, David? Run round the back?
Well, I think we've got to give him the benefit of the doubt. I think that must be there as a bit of insurance.
It's very difficult for us to see who's lying here because we're at the clubhouse end and we're looking towards the football club end.
Yes, we're relying very much on the marker on the green to indicate, and he has said is 1 to Scotland. And but Ryan Burnett saying to Kevin Anderson, there's a gap down here on the backhand. You just float one in here for 2. Oh, he's playing a bit of weight with this. What did he have in mind there, Jim?
No idea. Is there 1 green ball in the count? 1 in the head?
He must have been going for a single Australian bowl, which was stopping a count. Must have been. Must have been.
Here's another weighted ball. What are we trying here?
Well. It's not often you see both skips driving at a head like that. And Wedlock almost got a result there.
Yes, so 1 to Scotland.
Bit unlucky in the end, because he was on target, Jim.
Just between ends, David, this competition, the pairs competition, the classic pairs, started in 1982, the year I came here. And Scotland pairs have won it 7 times. Australia have won it a few times as well, as recently as last year, as we've said. There's been some good Scottish pairs over the years when I look at the names.
Yes, the Scottish situation is very interesting, really, because yes, they've won the Classic more times than anyone else. They are regarded as possibly the top bowling nation in the world. But you know, no Scot has ever won the world singles title, either man or woman.
Really?
And Brian Burnett's brother Darren will be hoping to put that right in Christchurch later this month. He is Scotland's singles representative.
They've certainly won the singles here over the years. Graham Robertson, George Snedden, David Peacock, my old friend. Robert Grant.
And the Scots have pretty well dominated the World Indoor Singles Championship, with the exception of players like David Bryan, Tony Alcock and Greg Harlow. They've pretty well mopped up in the World Indoor Singles, but never won the Outdoor Singles.
Just again looking through it, is it Georgia Drain and
Georgia Drain.
Richard Corsey? But significant, I can't see Alec Marshall's name on the singles winner. Certainly won the pairs, but maybe not the singles.
Yes, he's been out here, and I remember. I remember him being involved in an incident in Nathan Road. As a completely innocent bystander, he was caught up in a gunfight, basically.
Really?
Yes, there was a jewellery shop robbery on, and the police turned up fully armed, and the bullets flying everywhere, and
Alec was a witness.
Alex heading for cover.
No, I'm not surprised. I'd be doing the same. Good position here from Australia.
Yes, and Kevin Anderson made it more secure by pushing an Australian bowler in. He's in a bit of trouble here.
Gone through the head again.
Still in trouble. Now this is a very loose end from Scotland's point of view. Corey Wedlock putting one deliberately in a good position there. He'll be quite pleased with that bowl.
Yeah, this is a big bowl at this stage of the game with Australia line 3.
So surely nothing but a draw here from Kevin Anderson. On that, oh, he's thrown his duster away.
Happy.
He realised he'd missed the line. Not only has he finished narrow, but he's run right through. He's given Australia a marvellous chance to
make
score 4 shots. They scored 4 shots on the second end. Another 4 here would be a gift.
Oh, well, that's another shock, isn't it?
Yes, that was a gift to Scotland.
Yes.
Pushed Kevin Anderson's bowl in. It may be in second position. We think it is. Oh no, that's 2. What about the back one? Not the back one. 2 shots then to Scotland. It should have been 4.
Should have been 4.
So a let off for the Scots. But they trail 7-4.
3 ends left in this first set.
So the Scots in pole position. Nathan Pedersen opens the 7th end and opens it very well. Always a good bowl, that, 18 inches behind the jack. This is Ryan Burnett for Scotland with some work to do.
Well, he's got that same straight line on that backhand, David, that we saw this morning.
Yes, he was probably only 3 inches offline.
Offline, yeah.
Very frustrating game, bowls. You can put the bowl down on what you think is the right line, get in a track and it runs away. He put it right as far as line's concerned.
Yes, but not the length.
No.
Three excellent bowls from Nathan Pedersen.
2 of them are counting. I think that Kevin Anderson is asking Ryan Burnett to have a go at this on the forehand. Yes, he is. Oh, bit of luck there.
He got the luck there, didn't he?
And Kevin Anderson was the first to wave his hand in the air and apologise for that stroke of good fortune. Ryan, but it wasn't a bad bowl, but he was
It was a good effort.
he was probably a wood tight and caught the front bowl. Got a result, didn't he?
Very much so. Much needed result.
So the jack is wide in the open. There's no reason why they shouldn't get close to it now. In fact, that jack could be in a very good position in terms of the tricky lines here. A little bit over green on the backhand. Keep straight like this. Yes, he's got it.
Yes.
He's used that straight line, you see.
God, he's sticking to the forehand.
And equally on this forehand, it swings away if you're a bit tight, and you're on a tight line because when the jack's where it is.
He's not there.
Good line. Went to Australia, we're told.
Is that what the umpire signalled, was it?
Yes.
You hear the ayahs from the crowd?
Yes, that looked like shot all the way, didn't it? And then it ran and ran and ran. And I can tell it's not the shot because Ryan Burnett didn't run down to congratulate his opponent. Seventh end, always a pivotal end, very important to score on the 7th end if you can. Is it more important than any other end? Well, I don't know.
I don't know either.
It's a question of if you're 3 shots in the lead as you are now, how do you score on the 7th end? Then you move further ahead and consolidate your lead. And the team that's 7-4 down, if they score, they keep themselves in it. So it really is a key end.
Well, we can see 3 here if the jack moves back that little bit.
Got a good line again.
Oh, he's too heavy.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, 1 to Australia. 8-4, 2 ends left. First set.
Things are looking a bit bleak now for the Scots and the defending champions, Nathan Pedersen and Corey Wedlock, looking good for the first set. They've got to put it to bed yet. very un-Australian delivery from Nathan Pedersen. He launches himself off the mat, Scottish style.
To good effect. See what Ryan can do here. Oh, just gone past.
Yes, the way that Bowes is coached in Australia, you keep that back foot on the mat and your knee very low on delivery. But Nathan is halfway up the green. I think we better stress we're not criticising his delivery. You can't when he gets him so close. That's what it's all about.
This looks good. Umpire signalling 2 for Australia. Oh, 3 good bowls, but a big target.
Yes, 3 great bowls. And more weight perhaps this time from Ryan Burnett. He's still sticking pretty well on the draw. What's he got? He's close.
Oh, he's turned it through. Yes, well done.
Vital for Scotland to score on this end, Jim.
Umpire signalled 3 to Scotland. It certainly doesn't look like where we're sitting.
Now, occasionally heavy-handed.
Yes, and again.
Very good bowl. Hit his target. And killed it. That Jack went all the way across what we call the string. It's the imaginary line that demarks the boundary of the rink.
They did have strings early on in the week. I don't know if the strings are down at the moment.
Yes. Strings have become less popular these days, generally speaking, because they were held in place by a nail at each end of the green. And there was a rather nasty accident. Somebody lost an eye. Somebody pulled the string and the nail came out and
Was that in the UK?
It was in the UK. I think it was in one of the Welsh clubs. And since then, they've tended not to use the strings, but to instead to have an imaginary line, rather like the equator. It's there, but you can't see it, but you know where both ends are. And if the jack goes across that line, you look at the 2 points. Is it live or is it dead? And in that case, it was dead.
This is the first time we've seen the umpires out to measure the legality of the distance of the ball. It's got to get 23 metres from the front of the mat, and obviously this one's short. So possession of the jack now goes to Scotland.
Yeah, it surprised me a bit. It looked a live jack to me.
It looked okay. But as I've said before, there's a very bad position to be sitting into. Very difficult to judge from where we are sitting.
At the age of 22, Nathan Pedersen has won 4 Australian titles and 3 state titles. Certainly one for the future.
Don't think Ryan's too happy with this one for some reason. It's a yard through. It just shows you with the longer jack, it's taken them an end or two. It'll take them a ball or two to adjust.
Well, they can see how long it is and they're thinking, I've got to reach this, and they put that little bit extra behind it. Well, it's caught them out this end.
Hmm. Well, one to Scotland. They need more than one, I'm afraid, David.
Yes, they wouldn't want to be 3 down going
No.
into the last end. Two would be manageable. So, and
It's
Kevin,
not impossible.
Kevin, of course, has got 3 bowls to come. So there's a little water to go under the bridge yet.
Just ran through a yard, but you saw the idea, trying to take the Scottish ball out of play. That one just ran through a little bit as well.
Well, well. Perfect weight with that. Missed his line. It all looks a bit experimental this end, Jim.
It does, and it just shows you the difference in length, what it's done to the quality of the balls. That's high, wide and handsome as well. Is there a possibility of a 2 or 3 here?
Well, what Kevin will be trying to do is to add a second, and two shots will do the Scots nicely. They hold one, of course.
Oh,
Well, has he drawn a
just
second?
one. Just one to Scotland. Yeah, the
Yeah.
umpire signaling one.
3 chances, Kevin Anderson there. He didn't get in, and that could prove very costly. Scotland take a single, so they keep their hopes alive. They're 3 shots down going into the last end of this first set. From Scotland's point of view then, Ryan Burnett will not need to be told. They need 3 to tie and 1 to win the set. And we was hoping for a better start than that.
Well, as we say, it's tight and short.
That's tight.
At
But
this length, even this morning, Dave, it's showing how difficult it is.
This is better.
It's still short.
Yes, that's a good yard short. Oh, there you
Well,
go.
that's a shot and it's a yard away.
But that looked so good on the way
It did,
down,
didn't
and,
it?
and then it got. It's rather like a tram line. It gets in the tram line and just goes straight down it. Well, that's the shot.
Did the umpire signal 1 to Scotland, did he?
I don't think the umpire's gone to have a look at it yet, but that last bowl of,
One red, one to
Ryan
Scotland.
Burnett is certainly the number one.
Well, we'll see what the Skips can do here.
Yes, there's a lot on Kevin Anderson's shoulders here. He is required to draw at least 2 shots to tie the set.
He's tight. You see how it's swinging away.
Now that's on the wide side. So guess what's going to happen to that?
It's going straight.
Now that's surely a better line.
And it's going to swing away.
Well, it's close
It's in
enough
the
for
count,
second.
In the count.
One more to Scotland. If Kevin Anderson can put his next one in, then they might salvage a tie in the set. So it's important for Corey Wedlock to get in here if he can. Again, no
It's
bend
very
on that.
short.
Overgreened it.
It's amazing how this length of jack has caused problems for the ladies this morning and now the men in the afternoon.
So, Kevin, your task is simple,
Simple. Draw another shot.
in theory.
Easier said than done.
Yes, in practice it may be more difficult than that because it's not easy to get within a yard of the jack in this direction at this particular length. Can he stay in? Good.
I don't
Oh.
know. No, he's
Where did he find that bend from?
no idea.
That's the straight hand, and that bent violently towards the end. And Corey Wedlock says, "You can have 2.
Yes.
I won't bowl my last bowl."
Surprise, surprise. I
Yes.
wouldn't be bowling it either.
So 9 ends played. That's the set over, and just 1 shot separating them. But I think deservedly on the piece, Australia nicking it by 1 shot. 8-7.
Yeah, it's the old story, David. It's difficult to come back after you've dropped to 4.
Now, different as chalk from cheese, isn't it?
It
At
is.
this length coming in this
Yes.
direction, they're finding it.
Yes.
On long lengths the other way, they just can't get near
No,
the jack.
You'd almost say it's unplayable.
In a way, Jim, though, that's one of the beauties of
Oh,
outdoor bowls.
For outdoor bowls, yes.
You've got to come to terms with whatever surface you're given, and the one who adjusts better is the winner.
2 super bowls by Nathan Peterson.
Yes, what a start to the second set. Oh, driving. Oh, well played.
2 out. What a lovely shot.
You don't often see a lead driving like that,
But it was effective.
and accurate too, wasn't he? Very accurate. And how often do you see that happen? Your bowls are fired out, and then you can't repeat the accuracy of your previous deliveries. Should have been so simple for Nathan. And now it's
Wow.
2 to Scotland.
Well, we need for the umpire to tell us here. Oh, he's signalling 1 to Australia.
Surely not.
Yes, yes. Well, that must be 2 to Australia now, yeah. The umpire signalled 2.
Well, the Scots going off the boil a bit.
Probably 3 down again.
Burnett and Anderson have looked so formidable on their way to the final.
That's much better by Scotland. What's happening here?
Oh, very well bowled, but has he got the shot?
I don't think so. I think the umpire's signaling 1 to Scotland.
Looked like the number 1 all the way down, but just trickled through. It's getting a bit faster now. "18 months now since Anderson and Burnett were invited out to Broadbeach, where they'll be holding the Commonwealth Games in 2018. And they're living now on the Australia's Gold Coast and playing for the Broadbeach club, enjoying every minute of it, they say.
I heard you talking to Ryan early on before the game started about his football career, David.
Yes, he was a very promising young footballer on the books of Arbroath.
As a schoolboy?
As a schoolboy at the age of 13. And that's where they're from, the Burnett family from Arbroath. And then he joined Brechin
City.
Brechin City.
Yeah.
And played for them, played for the reserves, played for the first team in friendlies. But when he was 19, I think, gave up football and replaced it with bowls.
So he's given up his first choice in sports and taken up a second one.
Well, bowls is certainly his first choice now.
Yeah.
And following in the footsteps of his dad, of course, who was a Scottish international.
What,
and
the father?
Yes,
Father?
yes, indeed. And in his footsteps of his big brother, Darren, who's a policeman in Arbroath. Yes, there was a time when Darren Burnett was pounding the streets of Dundee. A pretty tough job for a police officer there. He's now a community police officer in Arbroath.
It's a long time since I pounded the beat in Edinburgh as well, David.
Yes, yeah. Edinburgh, though, a very civilised place, so
Yes,
that
yes.
couldn't have been particularly rough, surely.
Oh, you don't believe it.
Here we go again. Look, a long jack in this direction, and they can't get within a yard of the jack.
This is better, surely.
Well, it's good enough a shot, put it like that. Touched the jack, ran through 18 inches.
It's wrong to say it's amazing, but it really is. It's difficult to understand why the ladies and the bowlers of the standard have had difficulty in going up this way, playing both hands really. Well, there's that. That's still 1 to Australia.
No, I think Ryan has signalled one to us.
1-2.
I mean, one to Scotland, of course. The right line, the wrong weight. I mean, that's what happens though, Jim, isn't it?
Absolutely.
If you can't find the line, you concentrate so much on the line and get it right, and then you've lost the weight. Brilliant bowl from Corey Wedlock. He's trailed the jack. How far has he trailed it? Has he trailed it far enough to make the Kevin Anderson bowl count?
Well, I can't see what the umpire... Is it 2? 2 to Australia? From where I'm sitting here looking, and I've got to really bend over backwards to see this. It looks like 2.
And I think, yes, Scotland must be shots down, otherwise
Yeah.
Kevin Anderson wouldn't have been firing at that.
Yes, the umpire's holding up 2 for Australia.
He was a bit unlucky with that firing shot. It looked on target, but then he was blocked by the front bowl.
Was it his own front ball, or was it a green one?
It was a dark green one for Australia. See, just undergreen it and it goes away. They're all looking bewildered. Occasionally they find the right line, which shows the line is there, but it's a devil to find. 2 shots. Australia, they lead by 1 set to 0 and by 2 shots to 1 in the second set.
Oh, they're asking for another measure.
Well, again, it looks well up to me.
It looks well up.
But last time I was wrong. I think I was wrong once in 1956 as well. Oh, short.
Short again. Yeah.
But not by much. Roger Black indicating to Corey Wedlock that it was, a couple of inches away from being 23 metres. Sorry to mix the imperial with the metric there. So the jack properly delivered and set by Ryan Burnett, but it's Nathan Pedersen who has the first delivery of this third end of the second set.
And not a bad start. Very good ball.
Ryan Burnett, a former world under-25 singles champion, and the year before that he was runner-up in the same competition, so a top player.
Was that outdoor, David?
That was outdoors,
Outdoor,
yes, and in Australia.
In Australia?
So, yes. So obviously a very good fast screen player. Nathan Pedersen winner of 2 Australian Open titles this year. So the pedigree of these players is sky high. Although their ages will surprise those viewers who characterise bowls as an old man's game. Nathan Pedersen is 22, Ryan Burnett is 23. And the 2 skips, Kevin Anderson is 25, he's the oldest man on the rink, and this man, Corey Wedlock, is just 20. Wow.
Just ran through.
Corey Wedlock is a greenkeeper.
He's drawn the shot.
Looks after the green at the Cabramatta Club in Sydney, where he is a member.
Very unlucky. Very unlucky. Umpire signalling 1 to Australia.
Well, Jim, if it's 1 to Australia, Kevin Anderson could make it 3 to Scotland if he
Could
just
do,
reaches
could
the
do,
shot bowl and
yes.
turns it over once.
Turns it over once.
That's what you'll have in mind. On the backhand.
Well, he's not short. Unlucky. Just 1 to Australia.
Never touched a thing.
Yeah.
1 to the Aussies. 3-1. 3 ends played. Second set. Defending champions Pedersen and Wedlake won the first set 8-7, and they've got their sights set on retaining this Hong Kong International Classic Pairs title. It's interesting, Jim, that the very first winners of this tournament were from Australia. It's Darby Ross and Robbie Dobbins from the Newcastle Club in New South Wales.
I remember that final. They were can't remember who they played against. But we didn't play singles in the first Classic. It was only until 1983 when we started playing singles.
And the pairs, to be honest, has always been the prestige event. That was a beautiful bowl from Nathan Pedersen. He was 1 down. We believe he's drawn the shot. That may be different. No, 1 to Australia.
If the Aussies do manage to win the pairs again, David, they join an illustrious group of double winners. George Drain and Willie Wood won it twice. And Stuart Airy and Andrew Wills from England have won it twice. Jonathan Ross and Noel Graham from Ireland won it twice. Back to back.
And it says something about the quality of bowls in Australia. Well, look at this. Oh, fabulous bowl from Wedlock there. Says something about the quality of bowls in Australia, Jim. That there's a lot happening out there.
Yeah, but I think 3 of his own balls went out the head.
Yes. Things are not looking good for Scotland.
I think Australia's line 4.
Well, I'll try and finish what I was trying to say.
Yes,
Jim, it says something about the quality of play in Australia, that these two youngsters, 20 and 22, look like retaining their title here, and yet they're nowhere near getting into the Australian team for the World Championships in Christchurch later this month.
Any of the Scots boys in the team, David?
Neither of these, no. But they're like the Aussies. They are names for the future, I think.
Yes.
They are making their mark, and success here will put another tick against their name in the national selectors box. And the bad news for Scotland here, Jim, is that the marker has held up 5 lollipops.
5. Gee whiz.
5.
Well, that's a bowl in the head for Scotland.
Yeah, that'll save. It's probably down to 2 now. No, 3.
3.
Still 3.
So Australia and Scotland must have a youth policy, I mean, very much like here. It's the youngsters here that are being selected for the Hong Kong team. Or should I say the Hong Kong China team.
Yes, I think most countries are waking up now to the fact that the future is with the youth, and there are youth development schemes all over the place. One of the most efficient of those is here in Hong Kong.
Umpires signalling 3 to Australia.
But 3 shots on this end would
1 ball left.
really say a lot. That would put Australia 6-1 up after 4 ends, having already won the first set. So Scotland have to find a way of turning this around, and this bowl is of vital importance.
Well, he's got a yard on, was Kevin. Oh!
Ryan Burnett doesn't believe that went through that gap. It's still 3 shots to Australia. Those go on the card. The scoreboard ticks on to 6-1 after 4 ends of this second set. Scotland have just 5 ends left to turn things around. Well, that's something new. Nathan Pedersen has played so well in this game that it's a major surprise to see him drop.
A 2 yard short.
Yes. Not like him at all. So chance for Ryan Burnett to step in, and he does.
And
Fair
he's
play.
capitalised, yes. There's a bigger crowd here this afternoon, David, I'm pleased to say.
Yes, and a very appreciative crowd as well. I'm very impressed at the way that Hong Kong crowds support the bowls and know what they're watching. Very, very informed observers.
Well, could be a good place.
Not bad, this. Oh, yes.
Well played.
Superb shot from Nathan Pedersen. After two relatively loose bowls, pulls himself together, takes the shot. And no, Ryan.
That short bowl of Nathan's was in the road of that forehand. It was right in the drawing line.
Useful in the end, wasn't it?
Yes.
That's probably two.
Is the umpire signalling two? Yes, he is.
Oh, and yes, well, I was going to say we'll give him that, but I don't think he's got it. I think he's toppled out. I still think.
Still one to Australia, the marker's saying.
Yes. Well, the Scots, I think, deserved a little bit of luck there. But the rub of the green wasn't on their side. Good placement. Kevin Anderson having a bit of a run at this. He's close. Takes his own out, replaces it, and doesn't fall in.
Still one to Australia.
Kevin Anderson looking at his partner Ryan Burnett now, and as much as not a word passed between them,
Yeah.
but it was as much as to say, what have I got to do to get the shot? Well, that's an intended blocker. I think it's
The shot is still there
Yes.
that Kevin Anderson wants to play.
It was almost the perfect blocker, but it just ran a little bit too far. There is room around that. A bowl very similar to his last. If he makes contact with his own bowl, the Aussie bowl should go out of the head. If he makes
It would
contact
give
with the
him
jack,
three. Yeah.
it'd be good.
Has he played it again or too wide?
He's looking away.
Yeah.
Yeah. Perhaps too heavy,
Too
maybe
heavy.
too wide, whichever. Sailed by, and another shot to Australia. The writing is on the wall. It's 7-1 now after 5 ends.
Is it too soon to use that phrase made famous in Dad's Army that we're doomed?
Yes, maybe. I don't think they're doomed yet. There's still time to turn it around. There's another 3 ends left. Another 4 ends left, in fact. But they need 2 shots on each of those. Last ends.
It's difficult when Nathan's playing like this. He's
Yes. Oh, that's very good.
Just shows you how different it is on the shorter jacks.
Yes,
Going up
yes.
this way towards the football club.
Finding the line now. Well, bowled round
It's
Burnett.
Much better. Well, that's Nathan taking one out. See if Ryan can put it back in again.
He's got a good line again.
Skip's happy. Yeah, very well played.
3 excellent bowls. No, that's the way he can play. I think Ryan Burnett will be quite disappointed with his form in this final, because he's a better player than the one who turned up today. That's much more like it. Corey Wedlock, the greenkeeper, he knows a thing about the greens.
As clean as a whistle.
That must be heartbreaking for the Scots, just when it looked as though they might be building up a good head. Well, there's 2 Scottish bowls well deep, almost near the ditch. Australia need one back there with them, I would suggest. Oh no, that one has gone too far. That last bowl of Kevin Anderson rolled off the rink over what we used to call the string, and it's been removed. But Wedlock still putting one round the back there to match that bowl. He is really playing very well. Both the Australians are turning on the style. They're playing this year just as well as they did last year.
They beat Wales last year in the final, David, didn't they? From memory's correct.
Yes, they did. That was Robert Wheel and Jonathan Tomlinson, was it? Or Mark Wyatt?
remember.
Mark Wyatt. Mark Wyatt and Robert Wheel in the final last year.
That was when we got shifted indoors for the final. Remember, the greens were flooded.
Which should have given the Welsh pair an advantage, because the Australian pair don't play a lot indoors. But it didn't make any difference.
Another positional ball.
Yes, yes. Now, Scotland are desperate for a count. Oh, gosh.
Taking his own out.
That tells the story of the day from Scotland's point of view. They've scored 4 shots here. All of Scotland's bowls disappeared off the rink.
I think he signalled 5.
5, and a bowl to come?
No.
No, not
No.
a bowl to come. Well, surely that is curtains for the Scots,
I
and
would
surely
think
that's
so.
a tremendous victory for the Aussies.
Absolutely.
Nathan Pedersen and Corey Wedlock are to be congratulated on coming back to this cauldron of bowls and retaining one of the most coveted titles in the world of bowls. I don't think it's too early now to be speaking in those terms.
So I'm allowed to say we're doomed?
I think we're well and truly doomed now, Jim.
No, fair dues to the Aussies. They played very well. They played very well throughout the week, both in singles and in pairs. As I said early, I've marked some of the ties that they've played in, and I've umpired the pairs, and they've played exceptionally well. There is no taking it away from them. 2 superb bowlers.
And right from the word go, they were up for it.
Yeah.
Looking at the arithmetic of it, it is possible, in theory, for Scotland to score 18 more shots. But are they going to score 3 sixes?
I'm glad you said mathematically.
Yes. It is purely hypothetical and theoretical.
Oh, we're driving already. Oh, she's burned it. I think we're getting demonstration balls
Yeah.
now.
He's getting rid of some of that frustration that has plagued him throughout this final. Ryan Burnett, an accurate drive at the jack, hit his target. He'll feel better now.
I think Ryan's a frustrated skip.
Well, he's a very good skip. In fact, he could be skipping just as easily as Kevin Anderson. I watched both of them play for the Scottish junior team, who pulverised England and won the British junior title up in Glasgow last year. That was before he went over to
Was that an outdoor event?
Australia. Indoor event at
Indoor.
at the Glasgow club. Well, that's not bad after firing with one bowl and drawing a virtual toucher with the next. But it's all academic. It's only a matter of time now.
Two brilliant balls.
Well, he,
Shall we Nathan have a go at this one?
even Ryan himself is laughing now, because why did I leave it so late, he's thinking. Oh dear.
And look at the target.
They're loving it. They're reconciled now to having lost. Ryan is relaxed. He's put 3 on top of the jack. And well, the crowd are loving it too.
Of course, the crowd love to see the heavy shots.
The forcing shot into the 3 of them. Oh, yes. He got the shot of
He
that.
lies the shot.
He didn't do it quite the orthodox way, but it was always on. And Lady Luck smiling on the Aussies, but they deserve it. They've played
Absolutely.
far better than the Scots
Absolutely.
in this final. In fact, Jim, in the realms of mathematics again, if Australia score 1 shot on this end, that'll be the end of the game.
Yes.
Because it'll leave the Scots needing 12 shots in 2 ends to tie, and a tie is no good to them.
Tie's no good. They've got to win.
So very likely that the game will stop short 2 ends before it might have. It'll curtail the entertainment value. What's he got here? Firing at this, misses
no, he's
it.
missed it. And it's shaking hands time.
It is.
Yes.
1 shot
Well
to
played,
Australia.
Well played, Australia. As I said, they played well all week, David. You can't take it away from them.
Yes,
Played well in singles and well in the pairs as well.
very much a case of Australia fair today.
Yes. And they beat us at Murrayfield as well. No, not a good weekend.
So that's 8-7. The first set went to Australia more emphatically than the score suggests, but the second set, 13-1. You can't say fairer than that. Australia, that's Nathan Pedersen and Corey Wedlock, retain the Hong Kong International Classic Pairs title. Good luck to them.
Good
They
luck to
fully
them.
deserve it.
Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for coming to watch the finals. Please remain seated and to watch the last two ceremonies, the prize presentation ceremony as well as the flag presentation ceremony. Will all the athletes please stage at the green P to wait for our marquee. And the blue pin please also stage at the green P to lead other athletes to come onto the green for the prize presentation.各位觀眾，我哋跟住嗰個頒獎典禮咧，同埋閉幕典禮咧，將於10至15分鐘後舉行。所有嘅球員咧，同埋職員軍咧，就喺B 場集合。Would members of the Hong Kong team, members of the Hong Kong team, please find a way to come over to the in front of the Centennial Line and to wait for a lineup for presentation of the flag. May I also have the champion, the Australian teams, and the Southern to come to the stage, please. And the ladies champion, please also come over to this stage. The ladies champion, please. And also Australia, the men's champion.各位球友、各位觀眾嚇，請留座。我哋咧就會先訪問一下我哋嘅冠軍女子隊同埋冠軍嘅男子隊。Congratulations, Sonia and Rosita, and you performed very well during the last 6 days. And I wish that you will give us a little bit speech later on. Okay, thank you. May I once again remind the athletes to stage in green B, the other side, and to wait for a march in. 請各位球員咧就喺 B 場嗰處咧就等候聚集。我哋就一陣間音樂起咧就會衝入嚟我哋呢度 A 場。
各位在此亦想提一提我哋3個場地嘅花王都準備一下，唔該啊！3個 CCC 足球會同埋印度會嗰個花王咧都準備一下。We will start the music for a march in. Will all the teams please follow your board to march into the green? And I'm going to announce the name of each team in alphabetical order. Okay, let's go. Cricket Gower, Cricket Club. Please march in. The Australia. Canada, CLBC, Club de Recrew, England, Hong Kong Football Club, Hong Kong Rugby Association, Hong Kong Police Bowling Club, Hong Kong Youth Development Team, Ireland Lawn Bowl Club, Ireland, Cowden Bowling Green Club, KCC, Malaysia, New Zealand, Philippines, Phoenix, the Rogue One, Seabird, Scotland, Singapore, Sky Oasis, South Africa, Shatin, Taylor Bowes, Twin Moon Sports Association, Wales, Zhongguang Multi Bowls Club, Kong. The China team. Thank you all 31 teams. A very disciplined and nice marching. Thank you very much. 多謝晒各位捕捉得你哋好齊整好好。First of all, and may I express on behalf of the Hong Kong Lawn Bowls Association our greatest gratitude towards the green and the venues providers, Kiringawa Cricket Club, Hong Kong Football Club, and Indian Recreation Club. Please give a big hands to these three clubs. Okay, and before our VVIP arrive, and I would like to have the champions team to come out, march out, and to say a few words for us ahead of us, okay? And may I have the ladies team, please, Philippines. Winners of the Philippines. Sana and Rosita. Congratulations. Please say a few words, your whole course of the traveling to the championship.
On behalf of the Philippine Lawn Bowls Association, I would like to thank Sir Vincent and Hong Kong Lawn Bowls Association for the invite for this Hong Kong International Bowls Classic 2016. Thank you to the HKUPA and the sponsors for this tournament. I would like to thank the clubs hosting us, CCC, IRC, and Hong Kong Football Club. And I would like to thank members and umpires, both office and the back office helpers, to all the spectators for watching. We enjoy our coming here to be with holy friends and family. Thank you, and we hope to see you next year. Bye.
Thank you very much, Nana. May I also have the champions of the men's finalists? The Australia, please. Please say a few words for us.
On behalf of Bowls Australia, I would like to thank Hong Kong for running the tournament. All the sponsors, you can't run tournaments like this without sponsors, and all the officials, all the players, you can't run the tournament without you either. I'd like to thank our manager Therese for helping us out and getting anything we need throughout the trip. Chloe and Dawn as well, he's also done very well. Obviously Nathan, the way he played, both gel very well together, and also Kevin and Ryan for the final in some trying conditions. Wasn't easy out there. And that's about it, I think.
Hello everybody! Leho man! Firstly, I'll just touch on what Corey went on. I'd like to thank three clubs, Kiringawa Cricket Club, Hong Kong Football Club and IRC. I think they're three amazing clubs. I've enjoyed going to each and every club on this trip. We were fortunate to come back again this year, so we're very happy to go so well again. I'd like to thank the Scots boys for having a good tournament as well. I'd like to thank all the competitors, all the teams, all the helpers, including Jerry. I thought Jerry did a really good job. But besides that, thanks for having us. Awesome tournament. See ya.
Thank you, Nathan. Don't go. And I have a question for you. When we are looking at the final, it's country from the southern hemisphere against another team from the northern hemisphere. How do you find the weather in the final and throughout the 6 days of the tournament?
The first few days we were here, it was really hot. This humidity, we were sweating a lot. Big Corey over here, he was doing tough, but we got through it. You know, drink a lot of water, minimum beers. You know, Tariq's only 2 beers, so that's what we did.
It's quite humid and warm, and I know Australia is warm as well. So the weather may give you a little bit of favor, I suppose. But of course, the boat is really hot. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, and with all these good greens in the 3 venues, we have to really thank all the Fawong, the caretaker of the greens. And as a custom, you know, we show our usual appreciations of the effort, hard work throughout the year, and we would like to present some gift to the Fawongs. And will the president of association, Vincent, please come out to present the red package to the Fawong. First of all, may I have Lam Dongfang 先生, Lam Dongfang from CCC. Thank you very much, Mr. Lam. Stay behind Lam Zhang. And the next is Long Gok Leung 先生 of Hong Kong Football Club. And finally, we have Mr. Au Cho Kao 先生 of the Indian Recreation Club. Au Zhang. Để đi những張相，呢就梁生嚟咯。Okay, I have much honor to have all the VIP public seated, and I would like to take this opportunity to introduce to you our VIP tonight, today, in the closing ceremony. First of all, I'm very pleased to announce that we have the Commissioner for Sports of the Home Affairs Bureau, Mr. Yang Duk Kang JP, Yang Duk Kang太平紳士，體育專員就民政事務局嘅。Next, the Honorary Secretary General of the Sports Federation and Olympic Committee of Hong Kong, China, Mr. Ronnie Wong, JP, 黃敏超先生，太平紳士。President of the Krishnagawa Cricket Club, Mr. Chin Pak Heng, 錢柏興先生。Chairman of the Hong Kong Football Club, Lawn Post Section, Mr. Johnny Zhang. Vice President of Indian Recreation Club, Mr. Dylan, J.S. Dylan. Our sponsor, Mr. Ye Shui Ying, President of the Zhong Guang Multi Bowls Club, Yip Shui Ying 先生。Our sponsor, Mr. Conrad Law, Chief Representative of the Rock One Group. Our sponsor, Mr. Bodhi Lim, General Manager of the Concordia Group. And last but not the least, President of the Hong Kong Lawn Bowls Association, Mr. Vincent Zhang. Now come to the prize presentation and the medals, and may I invite Mr. J.S. Dillon to present medals to the women's semi-finalists, and Mr. Ye Shui Ying to present the prize money. The women's semi-finalists, Scotland is Lorna and Laura. Thank you, Mr. Dillon. Please be seated. And Mr. Ye, please stay behind. And may I invite Mr. Johnny Jung to come over to present medals to another team, the semi-finalists. The Australia, Don and Crow. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. And Mr. Ye, please stay behind. You still have assignment to do. May I have the president of the CCC, Mr. Chin, please? Present the men's semi-finalists of CCC, Kelvin Fong and Stanley Lai, please come. Thank you very much, Kelvin and Sandy. And Mr. Chi, please stay behind, and we still have medals to present. May I have another team of the semi-finalists from Wales, Daniel and David. Thank you, Wells. Thank you, Mr. Ye. Thank you, Mr. Chi. May I now have Mr. Ronnie Wong JP to come over to present our medals to our runner-up. And Mr. Conrad Law, please, to present the prize money. Runner-up of the ladies runner-up, the Malaysia, Linda Sukaria and Sureni. Take a photo. Thank you very much. And please stay behind, Mr. Wong. Please stay behind. And we have the presentation for runner-up for the men's Scotland, Kevin and Ryan. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Long. Thank you, Mr. Wong. Please be seated. Now may I have Mr. Yong Tak Kong JP to come over to present medals and prizes to our champion. And also Mr. Bonnie Yim to present the prize money. Thank you, Bonnie. For the women's champion, we have the Philippines, Rosita and Sonia. and the trophy. And the trophy. And Sonia, the prize money as well, please. Thank you, Sonia. Thank you. Please stay behind, Mr. Young. And now for the men's championship, it's from the Australia, Nathan and Corey. Thank you, Mr. Yin, and thank you, Mr. Young. Please be seated. Now I would like the president of the Krikagawa Cricket Club, Mr. Chin, to come out to officiate the closure of the Classic 2016. Mr. Chin, please.
Maybe it's not too late to say welcome, but we are honored and privileged to be able to hold this event. And it has been a magnificent 10 days, and I hope you all enjoyed it. And hopefully we see you again all here next year. Now I pronounce this event comes to a magnificent close. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Chin. Thank you. Please be seated. Please stay behind. And for the flag presentation ceremony, may I now announce the conduct of a flag presentation ceremony to the Hong Kong China team for the World Bowls Championship 2016. This World Bowl Championship is held once in every 4 years, and this is the 13th championship to be held in Christchurch, New Zealand, from 29th of November to 11th of December 2016. And the championship sees the participation of 34 countries competing across singles, pairs, triple, and fours. The Hong Kong team is represented by 10 qualified top bowlers of Hong Kong, namely Mrs. Dorothy Yu, Margaret Young, Camilla Leung, Vivian Yip, Gloria Ha, and Messrs. Tony Zhang, Terry Gong, Raymond Ho, James Poe, and Jason Choi, with Ms. Dorothy Yu as the team captain. And will the Hong Kong team please come over to the stage. The man on the green and the ladies on the, well, yes, one step up. The man on the green, please. May I ask Ms. Dorothy Yu to come out to the green and be ready to receive the flags. May I have the honor of Mr. Yeung Ga Keung JP to come over and to hand the Hong Kong flag to the captain of the Hong Kong team. And also Mr. Wong, please, Mr. Ronnie Wong, and also come over, and Vincent, please. And will the Hong Kong team please, after the photos, I'll also open up the flags to have a photo with Mr. Yeung and Mr. Wong. Please open the flag, Dorothy. What a memorable event with great castings. Thank you very much. And may Mr. Young and Mr. Wong please be seated. And let's have the marching music. Wish the Hong Kong team every success. Enjoy your stay in New Zealand and have fun in the bowling. Good bowling. Music, please. Please march off Hong Kong team first, please. Following the Hong Kong team, the rest of the outlets, country by country, can also leave the green. Be reminded, the closing dinner starts at 6:30 tonight at the banquet hall. Hope to see you in the closing dinner.